Good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody to the City Council meeting of Tuesday, June 7th for the City of Wilmington, and welcome everyone here joining us in the room and those of you that are watching us on television or streaming it on some other device. The first order of business is to welcome our minister, Reverend Jermaine Armour, our pastor from St. Luke AME Zion Church, for the invocation, and ask if everyone will also remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, City Council. Let us pray. The Old Testament says we're blessed in the city. So, Father, we ask right now that you would simply bless our city and not only grant our City Council great decisions, but guide their great decisions as they lead us to equity and equality for our entire area. In the precious name of Christ, we say amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Obviously, the mayor is not here this evening. He is traveling back from being out of town on city business, attending the National Mayor's Conference, but he may get back before the meeting is over. Today is a special day. It's the 5-year anniversary of when news broke publicly that PFAS, including the chemical known as Gen X, were found in the Cape Fear River and the water supplies of several southeastern North Carolina communities, including Wilmington and New Hanover County. An investigative journalist based in Wilmington, Vaughn Haggerty, broke that story in the Star News. He relied upon newly published research into PFAS and Gen X compounds in the Cape Fear. That research was conducted by North Carolina State University professor Dr. Knappe and his graduate students. Their work was vitally important for Wilmington and southeastern North Carolina by detecting a serious public health problem and enabling a significant response to educate the community, upgrade the water treatment process to remove those harmful chemicals, and hold responsible the parties accountable. This scientific research and public awareness also led to the detection on Gen X in other states and the EPA's health advisory for Gen X. Tonight, we are proud to make presentations of proclamations to Vaughn Haggerty and to North Carolina State Professor Dr. Knappe and his team to recognize their valuable contributions to the City of Wilmington, its residents, and our state. Before we make that presentation, here is a short video from Mayor Bill Saffo, who's traveling back, as I said, from the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So we will play the video, please.
This is Mayor Bill Saffo. I'm sorry I'm not with you this evening, but this is a very important and historic day in our community. We first learned of Gen X some 5 years ago. Research scientists from NC State University and the EPA conducted a number of water samples that detected heavy amounts of PFAS, known as Gen X, in our water supply. The scientists published their findings, and Vaughn Haggerty, who was an investigative reporter with the Star News, broke the story that alerted all of the citizens in this community and this region of the contaminants in our water system. Vaughn's reporting helped us dramatically. We're here tonight to honor those individuals that contributed and helped us find these contaminants, and to also hold Chemours responsible for cleaning up our river and to make sure that they eliminate all of the PFAS that are in our river and our water supply system. So keep up the good fight. Thank you for your public service to our community and to our state, and God bless you.
Before we present the proclamations, I'd also like to recognize Emily Donovan from Clean Cape Fear, a local advocacy group working Emily's been at the front lines of this issue for quite a while, so welcome. We'd love to have you make a few remarks this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp and council members. Clean Cape Fear formed 5 years ago when we learned about Gen X. Since that time, we've accomplished a lot. Jessica Cannon is board member of CFPUA. Harper Peterson was elected to the state senate. I testified before Congress twice, and John C. Lang has published numerous PFAS research. Our leadership team has grown to include Rebecca Trammell and Lacey Brown, and next week, Wilmington is hosting the 3rd National PFAS Conference. We still have a lot of work to make our community whole, but on the 5-year anniversary of publicly learning about Gen X, I want to thank the city of Wilmington for being such a strong partner fighting for our residents. Tonight, we owe a debt of gratitude to a group of scientists and an investigative reporter for their dedication to exposing one of the nation's most notorious chemical polluters. Without their work, we would still be in the dark, so thank you so much for honoring their contribution to our city.
Thank you, Emily. We appreciate it. If I could have Vaughn Haggerty and Dr. Kanapi to come up front, please. We would love to present both of you with proclamations from the city of Wilmington. The proclamations are quite lengthy, and so everyone has agreed that we will simply abbreviate them. Whereas Vaughn's reporting and continued work has played a major role enabling the city of Wilmington, together with New Hanover County, Cape Fear Public Utility Authority, the University of North Carolina Wilmington, and community advocacy groups to promote public awareness, to educate residents about the dangers of PFAS in our environment. And whereas this has enabled a significant response to remove these contaminants from our water supply, provide safe drinking water to the public, and demand that those responsible be held accountable for their contamination. Now, therefore, I, Bill Saffo, on behalf of the citizens of Wilmington, do hereby recognize the valuable contributions of Vaughn Haggerty to the people of Wilmington and southeastern North Carolina on this 5th anniversary of his investigative reporting on contaminated drinking water, which brought public awareness to this critical issue and spurred vital efforts to improve public health. Thank you, Mr. Haggerty. We appreciate it. Thank you.
So I'm a writer and not a public speaker. So first, I want to thank the City Council for this. I'm truly honored and grateful. So 5 years ago, I was privileged to report on the research of brilliant scientists. And in the course of my reporting, I got to know a number of them. And their work ethic makes me weary just thinking about it. So certainly there's still work to do 5 years on, but I also think a lot of good things have happened in those 5 years. The residents of Wilmington are just a few short months away from beginning a new, clearly better chapter for their drinking water. We, and I mean all of us, everybody in my hometown, we have been building new filters at the Sweeney plant. And in case you haven't heard, they're coming online this summer. So we spent $43 million to build those filters for one reason. Chemours and DuPont put PFAS in our water. Chemours says it wants to be a good neighbor. Okay. Don't leave your neighbors to pay to fix this problem that you caused. Thank you.
So now it's my pleasure to recognize Dr. Knappe, who really his research kicked off this entire project and helped us all along the way. Whereas the discovery of these contaminants in Wilmington's water supply led the Cape Fear Public Utility Authority to invest millions of public dollars to upgrade the Sweeney Water Treatment Plant to remove these contaminants and provide safe drinking water to the public, and to seek compensation from responsible parties, all due to the efforts of Dr. Knappe. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Bill Saffo, do hereby recognize the valuable contributions of the scientists and researchers whose work led to the discovery of GenX and other PFAS toxin in the area's water and enabled the significant response to remove these contaminants from our water supply and protect the public. Dr. Knappe.
So thank you very much, City Council members, Mayor Saffo, and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm very humbled to receive this award, and I have to say I wish the whole team were here. This is really an effort that wouldn't have been possible without the many contributions by the students and postdocs in my group, but also in particular I need to recognize Mark Striner from the US EPA and Andy Lindstrom from the US EPA, who really started this PFAS research long before me. In fact, they started looking for PFAS in the Cape Fear River as early as 2006, and I didn't join the effort until about 2010. I just reflected a little bit, 5 years ago, this news came out, and very soon we had public meetings, and so I was present at some of those in front, with news media and hundreds of people in front of me. It certainly was a very new experience. Normally I just teach students in classrooms, so seeing large public audiences was quite a new experience. But you've all been very kind to me, and it's been a pleasure to work on your behalf also to make the drinking water safer.
Before I go any further, I'd like to introduce some, I see that Harper's leaving. Former Mayor Harper Peterson is here joining us this evening. Harper? And County Commissioner Rob Zappel is also here this evening, who's been involved in this. And I'm not sure whether I have missed anyone. Okay, just wanted to make sure we recognized everyone. The first item of business is our consent agenda, items C1 through C3. Do council members have any questions or concerns about any of those items or wish to pull one? Yes, Mr. Spears. 3-3? C3. Okay, he wants to pull C3. Is there a motion to approve C1 and C2? Yes, there's a motion. There's a motion by Mr. Anderson, a second by Mr. Barnett. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign, and that passes unanimously. Mr. Spears, I will ask you about C3.
Tony, I just want us to give some overview to the public about the changes that we're making as it relates to nonprofits.
Essentially, it's a change in the reporting standards for the nonprofits, whereas we had previously required an audit for nonprofits that got more than $10,000 from the city. We are now changing that and moving that limit up to $25,000, which saves them a good deal of money in terms of having to pay for a particular audit.
So that's the bulk of it, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I make a motion to approve C3.
Great. Mr. Spears has made a motion to approve C3. Is there a second? Mr. Barnett seconds that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously. Public information tonight, we do not have a speaker, so we will move right on to our public hearings. They canceled. Public hearing PH1 is continued from our April 19th meeting. It's an ordinance directing the housing inspector to vacate, close, and repair or demolish the dwelling at 910 Campbell Street as unfit for human habitation pursuant to Article 5, Chapter 16 of the City Code, and directing that a notice be placed thereon prohibiting its use or occupancy. And at this time, I'll recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. This evening, Brian Renner will overview this item for us.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
Welcome.
So the house at 910 Campbell Street. This is a vacant house. It's 894 square feet, and the owner is Marissa H. McKenzie. So this is a street view of the house. So we started our case on this house back in August of 2017. We ended up taking this to Administrative Housing Code hearing in October of 2020. The owner at that time had requested that we continued it to November so that she could attend. So we held the hearing November 19th, 2020, and she did attend by phone. And that order to repair expired September 14th of 2021. So that order found the building to be dilapidated. We see the 2020 tax value being $31,000 for that structure. Our estimated cost to rehab, $35,778, making it 115%. These are the minimum housing code violations that were outlined within the findings of fact, and we'll go into the photos here in a second. We can see the condition of the house today. So these were from February of 2020, because this was continued from April. I was at the house today. It's in the exact same condition. Nothing significant has changed. So here we can see the outside sidings falling off quite a bit. There's actually some holes in the roof and the railing issues. And here's another view of the condition of the roof. This is going inside the house. Inside the house, we see a lot of the issues that come with having holes in the roof, a lot of water intrusion problems, collapsed ceilings. There's actually a portion of this floor, what would have been the kitchen area that's completely collapsed as well. And this is towards the back door. The photo you see on the right is the upstairs room. So when this case initially started, there were complaints of people going into the house. We haven't seen any evidence of that happening recently. The city-county taxes owed, they're paid up, so they owe zero. We do have $143 in public nuisance liens, and there is a $9,700 citation written for this property. So what we're looking at with this, the approval of this ordinance, is a 15-day time period that will then give us the authority to keep this structure secured. It is currently secured, but in the event that something happens, we want to be able to secure it easily. And then we're looking at 90 days for the owner to repair or demolish because of the continued conditions on the property. As I had mentioned, I have had conversations with the property owner on this property. I attempted to try to meet with her during this continuance period, but we were unable to schedule that. But she did send me an email today that noted that she's having a medical issue and she has 3 upcoming medical procedures and a surgery. But she does plan to fix the house up to rent for low-income housing and says that she should be able to begin within 2 months, and she would let me know if anything changes. And that was the email I got this afternoon. So even with that timeline, we're still looking at the 90 days to make significant repairs to this property. And I'm here if there's any questions.
Are there any questions for staff?
Brian, when you have a situation like this, you really just talk to the homeowner. Are there any relatives involved or anything like that? Is this an elderly person?
This is a straight ownership of the property. It's my understanding she was having some financial things going on with her family. The tax address actually goes to her mother who lives in Virginia, but the property owner is local. So I've had many conversations with her since 2020 about this property, made multiple referrals to rehab programs and things like that that are available, and we just have not come to a resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Spears?
Brian, I see the property tax values from 2020. Now, there has been a significant increase in property tax values from 2020 to 2022. Has that not changed the property value of this property?
So to answer your question, right now the building value is $40,400 for 2021. However, this ordinance is based on the findings of fact in order for the hearing that was held in 2020. So our estimate of cost to repair is still above the 50% threshold, so that would be the only difference. The end result is the same, regardless of the $10,000 increase in tax value, but there was an increase.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Rivenbark?
Yes, sir. Brian, the cost did your office do an estimate as to the rehab cost?
We did, so the way that we do estimates is not necessarily the same way a contractor would do estimates.
I understand.
So they're going to be much lower than any contractor would actually it would cost to fix it. So our estimated cost to rehab on this, to bring it to the bare minimum standards, which is primarily fix the roof, fix the structural issues, and throw some drywall up, was, was $35,778. Okay. Which is a very conservative estimate on the cost of rehab of something like this.
Are there utilities to the building?
There are no utilities to the building at this time, no.
Okay. And I know you weren't here when the initial inspection was done in 2017, but 2017, then the next significant date was 2020, and the next significant was September of 21, and then February of this year, and now here we are in June of 2022. There's got to be a light at the end of the tunnel one way or the other, and we certainly want to see this housing stock saved. So, I mean, do we have any leverage other than continuing to do these meetings?
Well, so as you know, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes before we get here. As you had said, this has been since 2017, so this isn't we found it and we're here right away situation. It's been an ongoing conversation for several years, as most of our cases are. So when we talk about a property like this, our goal is to have them fix it. A lot of people we find that some people need the additional motivation of a council meeting with the authority for us to take action on the property to encourage them to finalize, as we saw with 15th Montgomery when we came here. That property is currently under renovation. And several others as well. So we're hopeful that the owner will come together, collect the funds, and make repairs to the house, but we need to have an option in the event that we need to demolish it.
The only issue is that, 5 years, the house was probably not in the condition then than it is now. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, appreciate it.
Hold on.
Oh, Mr. Spears?
Yeah. I hear you, Brian, and to an extent I agree, but then I also feel like if a person is in this situation, they feel pressured. They feel pressured by the city of Wilmington to get in contact with them about a piece of property that they may not actually have the finances to fix. And I think that's an issue. Clearly, if they weren't able to make any headway in 5 years' time, she's not going to make the same amount or more progress in 3 months' time, especially facing 3 procedures. Is that not what you said?
That is what I said, and there's some more background on that in terms of her financial situation that, again, I'm not really going to go into people's personal business on it, but she is gaining access to the money that she has available. There was a trust issue happening, so it's my understanding that she now is getting access to that in order to make some headway on this.
Okay. But we still might want to give her a little time to recover from her surgeries after.
Absolutely, and the 90 days, we don't immediately mobilize for demolition at that point. We wait and work and see where we're at and then kind of make those decisions after that period. What it does is then that 90 days authorizes us to take action on the property. So in the event we need to demolish it or we need to do something on the property, we'll have the authority to do so.
And will she still accrue fines during this time? Or
She
not?
could, yes, it's possible. We don't have to apply the fines, but it could accrue fines.
So whose discretion? That's your discretion?
It is discretion, yes. It is it's situational, is how we approach those things.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns for staff? Thank you, appreciate it. At this time, I'll recognize the property owner, whom I assume is probably not here, according to Mr. Renner's report. Now I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone in the public that would like to come speak on this matter. Please come forward, whether you are in support or in opposition. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and speak on this public hearing? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if she has received anything. She has not. So at this point, I'll close the public hearing and ask for the council's wishes. I have a motion by Mr. Barnett and a second by Mr. Rivenbark. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And that passes, whatever that is, 5-1.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you need to waive second reading.
Yes, I'm going to ask for that.
Sir.
So, do I have a motion to waive second reading? We have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark, a second by Mr. Waddell. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And so that also is 5-1, so that will be held over to the next meeting of June, which will be June 21. At this point, I will open PH2, which is a public hearing for the ordinance of the City Council to extend the corporate limits of the City of Wilmington, North Carolina. And I'll recognize again our City Manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Jeff Walton, Associate Planner, will overview this item for us.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome.
The proposal tonight is to voluntarily annex 4.82 acres located within the 200 block of Middle Sound Loop Road into the city limits. The petition meets the statutory requirements for non-contiguous annexation and the city's adopted annexation policy. This is a map of the general location of the site off Middle Sound Market Street near the Ogden Marketplace, which is the Publix. Input from city staff was obtained in the annexation analysis to determine that cost of extending services would not outweigh the benefits to the city of annexation. No known negative impact would occur on the provision of city services elsewhere, and the same level of city services to the proposed annexation property is provided within the primary corporate limits. In this slide, as well as in your case summary, there were no objections or concerns from other city departments concerning the request. If the voluntary annexation is approved, a resolution assigning zoning to the subject site would be presented to council tonight following this public hearing. Per the approved annexation policy, the effective date of this annexation would be July 1st, 2022. City departments have been consulted and indicate there are no impact in service delivery as expected. Based on the findings presented in the case summary, as well as the adopted annexation policy, staff recommends approval of the voluntary annexation, and I believe the applicant is also here to make a presentation.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff? Thank you. Appreciate it. At this point, I'll recognize the applicant to please come forward.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we don't have a presentation for the annexation. We do for the initial zoning, but we're happy to answer any questions that you all might have about the annexation itself. We do have the representatives of the developers here to answer questions.
Okay. Perhaps. Okay. Everybody's going to hold their questions. That's the applicant. At this time, I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak on this issue, either in support or in opposition. Is there anyone present that would like to speak on this issue? Please come forward and state your name and your address for the clerk for the record, please. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Betsy Albright. I live on Bloomington Lane in the county, not the city yet. I am a neighbor that lives within 300 feet of the subject site. Since I am a county resident with zero representation on the city council, I would hope that you would take extra care with this project to get it 100% right. Your physical visit to the project site is important for you to understand the complexity of issues of the public safety issues that we are experiencing in the county limits. My safety and that of my neighbors is in your hands. Catastrophic flooding is a major concern on Middle Sound Loop Road. I live on Bloomington Lane, where street flooding is very common in storms. The ditches and swales fill to the brim and already spill into the streets and threaten yards and homes. The concerns that the county residents presented to the county commission regarding the Middle Sound West apartments going in across Market Street with their 288 units that initially won the denial of those apartments are the exact same concerns that I have with this project, except with this project, it is much more close in proximity, and the complex, the apartment complex, directly abuts my neighborhood's ditches and swales. I hope that you have been able to review the pictures from the presentation that I sent you about the Middle Sound West project. And when you came to the 2 pages of pictures of my yard and my street that was flooded, I'm hoping that you can guarantee with legal assurances to me as a property owner that the apartments that are going in or that you want to build with the maximum amount of impervious surface will not harm my property or my life. My neighbors across the way on Torchwood were, some of them had to be helicoptered off their roofs. And I do not want to see that happen in my neighborhood. And I would like some type of legal assurance from the city that that will not harm my property. I don't know if you can give me that legal assurance. 2, there are some major traffic concerns that are concerning with this project. The traffic numbers associated with this project were presented to the county in June of 2020, and then to the city in May of 2022. Those numbers are very, very different. Why are they different? No one has been able to explain this to the citizens. We're in the dark about why there is a large difference. Is this even the same project that was presented to the county? We do not know. Why did the original daily trips jump from 264 originally presented to the county, and now at the city level it says 408 trips a day? That's a huge difference. Why has the morning peak trips jumped from 14 to 32? And are those numbers even believable? Why have the numbers jumped from 20 to 41 for evening peak traffic? This has not been explained to the community. Is it because this project has actually changed from its original intent as a senior retirement community to a senior workforce community? We don't know. We don't have an explanation. We don't know if this is a completely different intended use that was previously approved by the county. The city says this plan is the same, but with those traffic numbers, it does not seem to be the same based on traffic generation and parking spaces. The city and the applicant say that the new plan is vested. Vested by who? When? Using what criteria? The applicant says this was approved by county TRC. Using what traffic and parking space numbers? If the plan is not a different plan that was presented and passed to the county, why does the applicant even need to be annexed? If they're shovel ready, why aren't they putting their shovels in the ground now? The excuses that building supplies are limited and mortgage costs have risen doesn't answer the question. Allowing the applicant to place notification signs should not be an option. That's not an option in the county. The county's attitude towards citizen input has been a lot greater than what the city has afforded the residents. I was surprised that the city opened up comment to the public on Friday and closed it on Monday. It's not a lot of time.
I hate to interrupt you, but there is a limited amount of time for speakers, and we want to make sure if there's anyone else here to speak either for or against, that they have an opportunity. We usually have 3 minutes, and I'm told by the clerk that you are at 6 minutes already. So if you could wrap up.
I do think that this is a worthy project, but there are lots of concerns with the safety, especially with traffic. There is no sidewalks, no connecting sidewalks, no crosswalks, and for the developer to call this a walkable project is just not so. There is no infrastructure. I could not encourage my mother, if this is truly senior housing, I would not want my mother crossing the street at that point at a very busy intersection to get to services like Publix or a dentist. I would not want that for her, and I would hope you would not want that for the city of Wilmington residents either.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll ask if there's anyone else that would like to come forward and speak either in support or in opposition to this item. This is. No, sir, you may come forward if you want to speak in the public hearing, either for or against this issue. But you do not get to speak from the audience, sir. Oh, would you like me to come up? Yes, if you have something to say, please feel free to come up. And please tell us your name and your address for the clerk.
My name is Robert Parr, and I'm from Middle Sound. And this is one of the most confusing issues that I think anybody in this room has ever seen. Now, my question is, some of us, at least two of us, would like to speak on the rezoning issue and not the annexation issue. So that's the only thing that,
Yes, that's going to be public hearing 3. So if you just have a
Right.
seat and stay tuned, we'd be happy to entertain your comments.
and
then.
that's the only comment I had. Thank you
Great.
very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Haynes, City Council members. My name is Lisa Andre. My address is 6713 Falcon Point Road. That's in Middle Sound. Thank you for this opportunity to express my opinion. And I don't have COVID, I just have laryngitis, okay? I'm a longtime Middle Sound resident, and I sincerely appreciate the need that we have in our community throughout New Hanover County for affordable housing. However, before the residence at Canopy Point is built, existing safety and traffic issues should be addressed. The planners in DOT do not feel a traffic study is needed because with 72 units designated for tenants who are 55 and older, it is assumed that during peak hours, their trips will be under 100. It seems far-fetched to assume that those 55 and older do not drive at peak times. The developer has mentioned that walkability will be a big perk for Canopy Point residents, and that there is easy access to goods and services, including those along the Market Street corridor. Goods and services may be in walking distance, but by car is the only way to access them safely. There is no sidewalk, bike path, crosswalk, or traffic signal. It is not connected to any transit system. And good luck to any of those future residents who hope to go to Publix and cross that busy stretch of Middle Sound Loop Road. It's a major corridor to the Market Street intersection. Thousands of people use it daily to get back and forth. Canopy Point is set to have a strip of sidewalk in front of the property, but a sidewalk to where? I wonder how many elected and appointed decision makers have actually visited this site. Isn't this also a case of annexation without representation? As a county resident, I've never been able to vote in the city elections, so why is the city council making decisions that will directly impact me? Also, how safe will it be for Canopy Point drivers to make left-hand turns out of the complex? This is the direction that they would head from Mayfair, all of the big businesses along Military Cutoff Road, all of the doctor's offices behind Harris Teeter, the library, Wrightsville Beach. That is the direction that they would head out of Canopy Point. They would make a left-hand turn. Again, there is no light, stop sign, or turn lane. More cars will also create issues for all of the surrounding neighborhoods that use Military Cutoff Road to access Coville Farm Road, Red Cedar to Middle Sound Loop. We also have Ogden Elementary, and the traffic to and from Ogden comes in from Military Cutoff and Market Street. Those are the only ways in and out of Middle Sound. Middle Sound Loop is a closed loop road. Okay.
If you could
I
try-
can only imagine how the situation will be with Market Street, Lindire, and Middle Sound Loop Road, which is home to the longest traffic light in the county, when the Market Street West, a 288-unit condo complex that will run along Market and Lindire is built. My hope is that the city and county will do the responsible thing and take the necessary safety measures to install sidewalks, bike paths, and a crossing signal. The construction of the project's parking areas and token sidewalk means more impervious surfaces and the risk of increased flooding. Additional traffic also leads to concerns about vehicular safety, access to hurricane evacuation routes, and emergency services. I sincerely hope that all of these factors and scenarios will be realistically considered and that the missing infrastructure will go in before this complex is built. Otherwise, annexing this section of the county to suit the developer is truly the epitome of putting the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak either in support of or in opposition to PH2, the annexation? Is there anyone else? I'll ask the city clerk if she's received any comments on this PH2.
Yes, ma'am. The City Council received 9 comments, and I did send those to you. Becky Cahill, Clark Henry, Lisa Andre, Daniel Mayoa, Betsy Albright, Helen Rexon, Helen Fraser, Judith Herring, and Stefan Andre. And you did get those. I did send those out today, so they will be included in the record. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, if there's no one else that wants to speak in the public hearing, at this time I will close the public hearing and ask for the council's wishes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you're not making a presentation.
We don't have a presentation, but if there are any questions based on the public comments, we're happy to answer those. But I do believe that they'll be addressed in our presentation for the vested right zoning.
So we'll just hold our questions until the next item. So we have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark and a second by Mr. Waddell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. And that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? There's a motion by Mr. Waddell, a second by Mr. Anderson. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Any opposed? And that also passes unanimously. We'll move on to PH3. It's an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city to initially zone property containing 4.82 acres of land located at 205, 209, 213, and 217 Middle Sound Loop Road to MD17 CD, which is High Density Multiple Dwelling Residential District Conditional District, for a 72-unit multi-dwelling affordable senior housing development. And at this point, I'll recognize our city manager, Tony Caudle. Mr. Caudle?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Jeff Walton will overview this item as well.
Welcome back, Jeff.
Hi, thank you. As stated, the proposal is to consider the initial zoning of property from the New Hanover County Conditional Multifamily District to the City of Wilmington MD17 Conditional, which is multiple dwelling, 17 units per acre conditional district for a 72-unit affordable senior housing development. This project dates back to June 15th, 2020, when the New Hanover County Board of Commissioners approved a request to rezone the subject site from R15 residential to the multi-family district. On April 14th of 2022, the New Hanover County Engineering and Planning and Land Use issued a commercial site plan approval for construction of this project. The site plan is considered approved and vested under the approval of New Hanover County ordinances, including Examples such as building setbacks, buffers, parking, driveways, utilities. Stormwater runoff has been approved by both the county and the state. All permits and plans have been approved and are vested as a shovel-ready project. This is a general location, again, of where this site is located across Ogden Marketplace. These are sites, photos of the site itself as a vacant wooden track. These are some of the photos surrounding the site with Publix across the street, adjacent to a church, and backing up to single-family residential. Just a reminder again, the project has been approved by the county for a 72-unit affordable senior housing project for a period of 30 years. There is no delay in construction starting on site, and it could have proceeded back in April of 2022. The city's comprehensive plan encourages responsible growth of the city's population through redevelopment, infill, and appropriate new development and annexation. The site is adjacent to many commercial businesses along Market Street, as well as a full-service grocer across Middle Sound Loop Road. The proposed project would provide 72 affordable senior housing units for a period of 30 years. Though a concentration of affordable units in a single location is cautioned against the policies of the comprehensive plan, the fundamental need for affordable housing and the proximity of these units to services outweighs staff's concern. The Planning Commission held a public hearing regarding the request on May 4th, 2022. After discussion, the Commission voted 7-0 in favor of the approval, subject to the conditions outlined in the case summary. To conclude, the initial zoning of the subject site is generally consistent with the purpose statement of the Great Wilmington Comprehensive Plan, and staff believes the request is reasonable and in the public interest and recommend conditional approval with the conditions outlined in the case summary. And just to remind you again that this site is approved, it's vested under the approval of New Harem County's ordinances. All permits and plans have been approved, and the applicant can begin construction at any time. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here to make a presentation.
Mr. Anderson, I believe, has a question.
Jeff, now I guess this parcel's in the city. I keep hear you use the word vested. So, in other words, our codes will not apply.
That's correct. This is fully vested under the county ordinance as an approved plan. If they were to modify the plan when it's in the city limits, then it would be subject to our zoning ordinance. But at this time, it is only applicable to the county ordinances.
Are our buffers and setbacks fairly similar to theirs?
It's very similar. We did an analysis, and we found that the project met most of the items of the code. We didn't see many red flags, I would say that this wouldn't be approved under the city system.
And I know one of the speakers earlier mentioned the sidewalk. I just don't see it on the site plan. Is it there?
Sure. One of the items that we conditioned in our staff report is to, since this is now a city proper sort of annexation, we did recommend that the site provide sidewalk along Middle Sound Loop Road, as well as street trees, to make it consistent with city sort of standard projects. And the applicant has included that approved increase in impervious with the state and the county as far as stormwater is concerned. So that amendment will be made in the course of the site development, as they go forward with construction.
I mean, I know one of the speakers mentioned it was a sidewalk to nowhere, but I guess in the city, we try to do that anywhere there's redevelopment of this nature, and we hope to come back and connect them over time and make it more pedestrian friendly. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. We have sidewalks to nowhere that we get accused of all the time, but as the city has money to fill in these gaps, those sidewalks will eventually be filled in. And so we felt it as important to have a sidewalk connection so that if either project were to redevelop on either side of the property, it would have an existing sidewalk connection for that.
Is the, I didn't see, maybe you didn't either, and it may, so this may be a question for the developer, but there was a mention of some fairly sizable discrepancies in the traffic count.
Sure.
Can you address that?
Sure. You know, the traffic counts were all reviewed by the MPO with the traffic impact analysis under the county's purview in 2022. I was looking at their TIA letter that's in the attachment that you have in your packet tonight, and they were referring to the 10th edition of the trip manual, and the city has adopted the 11th edition of the trip manual, I believe, in 2022, which is a more accurate representation of the impact of traffic that could be on site. And so I think that's where the discrepancy came from, is one edition versus another edition.
11.0 instead of 10.0 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Mr. Waddell?
Actually, Mr. Anderson asked the question I had, which was in regards to the discrepancy that in traffic count that most of the folks in opposition had referenced. So,
sure.
And you answered it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivenbark?
Just a observation. We're all in the county, and they're in the unincorporated part of the county. But the stormwater standards that we have states that post-construction runoff cannot exceed pre-construction runoff. And if they're having an issue with flooding, and I know they are, because I mean, even though that we represent the city, we all get calls from people because they have a Wilmington address and they think they're in the city. So we get calls, and I remember what Torchwood was like when the last event came along.
Sure.
But I mean, those are stormwater issues that this 4.82 tract of land is not going to exacerbate. In fact, with the stormwater regulations that we have in place, it will probably be less runoff than there could be now. Don't know that. And there's no guarantees or legal guarantees. Mr. Joy would have a hemorrhage if we started talking about guaranteeing this and that. But I'm anxious to hear the developer come up. Thank you, Jeff.
Certainly. They do have Richard Collier, their civil engineer, with them that could possibly address, but this was approved by the county stormwater as well as the state stormwater, so they have those permits in hand.
Thank you, Jeff. No other questions. Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you.
At this time, I'll recognize the applicant to come forward.
I think we're waiting on my presentation, but as we wait, good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Amy Schaefer with Lee Case. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant. I do understand this is quite a different situation than most residents are familiar with the vested rights and the annexation. So, let me see, I'm having technical difficulties. Jonathan, can you help? Thanks. So the first thing I would like to discuss is vested rights. This is just a site plan showing that we are kitty-corner to property that was already annexed previously into the city of Wilmington. So a vested right, what this means is that it's a right to continue a use or complete a project as it was approved. And as Mr. Walton so clearly defined in his presentation, this project was vested under New Hanover County Code, and their annexation application, as required, stated that they were seeking those vested rights. And so what the city is looking to do is now establish the initial zoning. What zoning kind of most closely complies, because if something does have to be changed or modified in the plan, you want something that's substantially similar. As Mr. Anderson asked, what are our setbacks? They're substantially similar. What are our densities? They're substantially similar. So that if the plan has to be changed or modified, you're not going from, 17 units per acre to something that's 28 units per acre. Mr. Joy, I don't want to misspeak, but if I said anything improperly or incorrectly, please. But that's just a simple breakdown of what vested rights and initial zoning are. And again, just a quick overview of the property. Right now, under the county, the current zoning is residential multifamily medium, which allows 17 units per acre. What we are requesting for the initial zoning is multifamily density 17 units per acre. So here's just some of the surrounding areas and uses. Again, an illustrative picture of the proposed project. So some of the site characteristics, it's 4.82 acres. They're 3-story buildings, 72 units split between 1 and 2 bedroom, senior living, affordable housing. Not only is that a condition of the New Hanover County, it's a condition of this request, and it's a condition of our funding. And the developers are here and can talk to you about that as well. Parking 108 spaces in the sidewalk. As Mr. Walton so clearly stated, the sidewalk and the street trees were a concession by my client when they were speaking with the city to request the annexation and the initial zoning to come more into compliance with the way that the city likes their streets to look. So again, the site plan, Mr. Walton went over that, and Mr. Richard Collier is here if you have any site plan specific questions. Thought you might be interested in seeing the proposed units for the projects, the 1 and 2 bedrooms. This isn't just an apartment complex, it's a amenity center. We hope that we provide a lot for our residents. You know, there's a multi-use lounge with a fireplace. There's laundry on site if you don't have a washer and dryer in your own. The games and craft room, the projector room. At Planning Commission, somebody said we might be trying to bait and switch because we were providing all of these amenities. No, again, it's part of our funding, and we think that everybody deserves amenities where they live if they can be provided. And so our project is providing these amenities. I don't think I need to belabor the housing needs study for City Council. I think that you're more than aware of the fact that there is a dearth in affordable housing, and especially senior affordable housing, and our project will provide that to the citizens of Wilmington. Here are just some facts, though. You know, the senior 55 plus population is expected to grow 61% by 27.2% in the same time period. So the senior living facilities are desperately needed in Wilmington. And these trends are just going to continue to grow and exceed. So there's definitely a need for this project. Again, just some more information. There's a wait list for every project out there. And by annexing this property, you're making it possible for residents of the city of Wilmington to apply for this and perhaps even some funding opportunities. And Ms. Rogers is here if there's any questions about that as well, Ms. Suzanne Rogers. So again, our request for zoning. You've annexed us into the city limits. We're just asking for an initial zoning that most closely matches the vested rights plan that we have with all of the conditions that you've seen and the added conditions of a sidewalk and street trees. The factors for zoning approval, there's an affordable rental shortage. This is 30 to 80% AMI, target population of 55 years and older, that's also a condition. Vested rights from New Hanover County. You know, we are close to the mixed-use place and the center of Publix, and the hope, as you said, is that once we put our sidewalk in, maybe somebody else will say, hey, that's a great idea, why don't I help you connect that? Maybe the county at some point will have a sidewalk, you know, project like the city does. I know that they have taken a look at the city's stormwater projects and said, hey, that's something that we want to use. So I think that the county is realizing that they need to take some tips from some of the city projects. I can't say that that'll happen, but you know, that's everybody's hope, is that we have more connectivity. Higher density usage, yes. but it is close to services. And it'll assist with the necessary housing for seniors and provide services and amenities to seniors not only close by but also on site. And as I said, the developers and our civil engineer are here to answer any particular questions that you might have about the site plan.
Is that it?
That's it for me, yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Barnett has a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. You mentioned, I think 2 slides ago, about you were going to be providing some other on-site amenities for the seniors. Are you thinking of things like medical? What other on-site things are you talking about?
Yeah, if I can ask the developer to come up, he'd be happy to talk to you about their programmatic responses for that.
Good evening. So I'm Chris Eisenzimmer with Blue Ridge Atlantic Development. We are the developer of the particular project at hand. As you can see on your screen, there's a number of amenities that will be included within this project. Part of the goal of providing these amenities, such as on-site laundry facilities, movie, game rooms, et cetera, is to discourage some of the travel for the seniors to have to need to leave, these units and put more cars on the road. We're finding with a lot of these senior communities, if we provide these sort of wraparound amenities, they spend much more time within the complex because everything they have, they need is there. We do traditionally partner with a nonprofit organization that will come into some of our projects and provide also additional wraparound services such as healthcare consulting, et cetera. Right. In this particular project, it's Better Homes for North Carolina, and we will, obviously, as budget permits, we will provide transportation for seniors once a week to doctor's offices and visits and things like that. Obviously, at the end of the day, a lot of volatility in the market from a budgetary standpoint, but we do have a nonprofit that's partnering with us on this project to be able to provide some of those services.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Waddell?
Yeah, no, we talked in the presentation a little bit about just general need for affordable housing in our region, but I think y'all are filling even more tremendous and like a higher per capita need. And that's senior affordable housing, as a lot of these folks on fixed incomes, and we're increasing property taxes and property values continue to increase. That's squeezing them tighter and tighter. So the fact that you have 18 at 30% AMI is tremendous. And overall the project is just filling such a need. My phone's been ringing off the hook with seniors and family of seniors. Like, how do we even get to you and get on the list? So I'm hoping you have that this is a playbook for people watching on how to fill a serious need in our community, and I commend you for doing it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll touch on the age restriction on that. I know there's probably some concern regarding that. It runs with the land. It's a deed restriction that gets signed when we purchase the land and construct, that runs with the land for 30 years. It cannot be separated away from the land, but you must be 55 years or older in order to be able to inhabit the premises. So.
Great, thank you. Mr. Anderson?
Amy, has with the two things you did mention, the sidewalk and street plantings, which I do appreciate the developer agreeing to. Aside from that, has the project changed at all since it was approved? Are there more parks, less parks, more units, less, more bedrooms, anything?
It is identical to what was approved by the county, what went through zoning at that point. There's actually the only changes that have been made are additional requests by the city upon us, such as adding sidewalks, et cetera. There's been no change in unit count, no change in parking. As you can see, the site is has a lot of gaps in it, and that was due to tree preservation. So at the front of this site, there are some live oak trees, and we're preserving all of those, as well as all of the, holes in our parking lot that you can see are trees that we're preserving within the site as well. And then as you can see, there's quite a large buffer along the back of the site. I think that's, 72 feet. I know one of the questions you had was what are setbacks and buffers and things like that compared to the county, which in this project are much larger than what is required.
Amy, could we have Mr. Collier address the concerns regarding current runoff versus post-development?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening, Richard Collier, McKimmon Creed. Pre versus post in the county is exactly the same as it is in the city. The rules are the same at this point, whether we're all designed to the 10 or the 25-year event, and the pond itself is sized so that when we route the storm through it, it will hold a 100-year event, which means it releases it at a much slower rate, which I think is what Mr. Rivenbark spoke of earlier. So in terms of what we would do in the city and the county, they're the same at this point.
In just more layman's terms, this project should not add to the community's stormwater problems.
It should not add to their problems, no, sir, because we take all of our impervious in the pond and then it is released out at a much slower rate. So as those storms come on fast, which is what creates the flooding in the ditches, this slows the water down so it doesn't enter the ditch until a little bit later on after that peak has already been knocked off.
And I would presume that that's pretty sandy soil to start with.
It's pretty sandy soils out there, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think a lot of people think that you just find a convenient place to put stormwater ponds and put them there, but I know that the slopes and the grades all have to work, and that's why you put it where you put it.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't have anything else, Richard.
Okay.
But I have some other comments later. Thank you. I'm good.
Mr. Barnett?
I received a lot of emails about the traffic, and I think Councilman Rivenbark explained it, but explain that to me again, the different counts.
Yeah, yes. So there was an updated traffic manual that came out between the initial approval and the Planning Commission and City Review. And so the city has updated the most recent traffic manual, which has different counts. So that's why it was reviewed under the prior traffic manual in New Hanover County.
Okay. Okay.
So
they used a different metric, a different.
Yes, sir. So in layman's terms, because
Thank you.
I'm not a traffic engineer, so please bear with me, and anybody in the room who has initials behind their name, stop me if I'm wrong. What happened was the state took a look at the counts and said, you know, based on additional data that we have, seniors might drive 55 plus instead of 14 trips a day, we think it should be 16 trips a day. So they update it, kind of like textbooks. When there's additional data and new information, those counts get updated. And then the municipal governments or the counties adopt those manuals in their review. So it was just a difference between the adoption of the different versions of the manual based on new data and traffic counts, because every time a trip generation traffic impact study is done, those numbers are put into a big database, and somebody with a computer keeps track and then updates them as needed to keep up with the times.
Okay, so no one actually sat there and went 1, 2, 3?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, but the traffic is going to be fine, right? Is that what you're telling me? And I mean, but now I do know seniors do drive.
They do.
They do drive. I've got an aunt who's actually 93, and she's still driving. You know, backing out the yard and everything. So, and the other thing that we're finding, and you said in your statistics, people are living a lot longer.
Yes.
And we're more healthier. You know, so the need for a project like this, I think, is very great. But I do want us to not underestimate that they're not going to get in their cars and go out in, you know, the driveway.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Waddell?
Yeah, just actually did have one more question. What is the length of time that it stays affordable housing?
30 years.
So that runs with the land as well as the 55 plus?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Robinbart?
I know that everybody, the first time you get that AARP letter in the mail, nobody wants to, what is that coming to me for?
I'm waiting for mine. They won't let me move in any of
But
these
at
places yet.
at 74 years old, when I hear 55 being senior, that's the unkindest cut of all. And the other comment I wanted to make, the nice lady, Ms. Andre, was talking about sidewalks and what have you. Part of our ordinance is whenever there's redevelopment of a property in the corporate limits or new development, we require that, sidewalks. And I'm pretty sure, and Mr. Zappel is in the audience, that there is a Middle Sound plan for, what am I trying to say?
He said that's not what I'm here for.
Like our Cross City Trail, so that's going to go a long ways toward helping. I mean, it just doesn't happen overnight, but that's coming. So a lot of those folks on the north and south of our city limits have become cities, and they're expecting urban uses like we have. So there's your man right there. He can take care of all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. I don't believe there are any other questions right now for the applicant. At this point, I'll open the public hearing and ask if anyone would like to come forward and speak on either side of this issue, either in support or in opposition. Please come forward. There's a 3-minute limit for each individual. And if you'll please again state your name and your address for the clerk's record.
My name is Robert Parr, and I'm a resident of Middle Sound at Falcon Point. Middle Sound is a peninsula bordered on 3 sides by water. Development in Middle Sound will always be dependent on the unique, constricting geographical location. In Middle Sound, higher density equals higher traffic volumes without any escape valve to modify the unsafe conditions. Canopy Point was presented to the Middle Sound community 2 years ago as a, quote, senior living residence with limited traffic impacts because, quote, seniors do not drive as much and seniors leave home. When they leave home, they are outside of the set heavy traffic times. After 2 years with COVID and no construction, the project has transformed. The original legal team has been replaced. The project inexplicitly has asked to be annexed to the city, and most importantly, there was a pronounced shift from, quote, senior living residents to, quote, older than 55 workforce housing, which you haven't heard tonight, but that is the shift, and that may be where some of the traffic impact's coming from. Affordable housing in both cases is needed and very supported by us. For Middle Sounders, this reasonably translates to more traffic and dangerous congestion on a limited roadway system. If this is the same project, why have the original daily trips jumped from 264 to 408 trips a day? That's a 50% increase in daily traffic. And that is not explained by the change in the traffic generation report, because these numbers are the numbers that were passed by the planning board at the county information meeting and also by the county commission. I don't think in your history you've ever approved a project and not highly questioned an increase in 50% of the traffic generated based on saying that it's a different table. We have been told repeatedly that this is the same plan. This is not the same plan. The important thing in Middle Sound is traffic, and the traffic from this plan is not the same. At the county planning meeting, 21 times we were told this is the same plan. It's not. The traffic impacts are 50% higher. The development has been heavily promoted as walkable to publics, which is absurd from a pedestrian safety point of view. No senior, let alone an Olympic athlete, should be expected to make the mad dash across Middle Sound Road with arms full of groceries. And the county walkway path is on the other side of this project. Rightfully, the development has promised a sidewalk bordering Middle Sound Road, and this is appreciated, but without a safe crosswalk, this will become a sidewalk to, once again, nowhere. but this is a more dangerous sidewalk because this encourages the people to go up to Middle Sound Road and try to cross to Publix. This is not walkable. It's in a nice location maybe, but if you're promoting this as walkable, it's not safe walkable. The pictures of Middle Sound Road and the Middle Sound Market Street intersection highlighting the famous Middle Sound 5-minute traffic signal must have been taken at 6 a.m. and not during the normal heavy traffic times when cars, trucks, buses, motorcycles blanket the roadway from curb to curb all along Market Street and Middle Sound Road and Lendeer Drive. That is the worst traffic location in the city and the county. Finally, the public notification for these important changes was not effective. There was no updated citizens meetings. The roadway signs for public notification were supported by 2 thin wafers of wood that repeatedly snapped off in the wind, and then the citizens were obliquely accused of damaging the signs. That's inappropriate. The signs basically broke in the wind. There has to be a better way, and there is. 1, Middle Sound higher density equals higher traffic and should be avoided at all costs and will always be opposed in Middle Sound. 2, saying the location is walkable without adequate safety measures is bad planning, dangerous, and not acceptable. City staff, not the development team, should be responsible for placing substantial metal road signs whenever there's an annexation. That's an easy thing. That's very easy. Excess parking needs, especially for family gatherings, special events, must be avoided proactively. The development must ensure that excess parking never encroaches on the narrow confines of Middle Sound Road, not because we don't want it, because it's extremely dangerous. And thank you very much. And I'm available for any more questions on the traffic issue or how this project has come about. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? The public hearing is still open. If anyone would like to come speak in support or in opposition to PH3.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'm Katrina Knight, Chair of the Cape Fear Housing Coalition. We supported Blue Ridge Atlantic in their application for tax credits, and I'm here tonight to support their proposal before you now, which will ensure that this project doesn't just add to our housing stock, but that it furthers the city's goals in addressing our growing shortage of affordable housing. Blue Ridge Atlantic's proposal to provide 72 affordable senior housing units directly addresses a critical gap in our housing stock. Our population is aging, and projects like the residents at Canopy Point can help us retain the wisdom and experience of our moderate income seniors, who are too often unable to stay in the very community where many of them have spent their whole lives. Canopy Point will be high impact in terms of addressing the critical need for senior affordable housing highlighted in the city's 5-year consolidated plan and in the City-County Comprehensive Housing Study. The involvement of the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency guarantees that this project will serve only seniors and will remain affordable for many years to come. Wilmington's affordable rental crisis has only grown more acute with the advent of Hurricane Florence and now the pandemic. If we continue to say, I'm not against affordable housing, just place it away from where I live. I'm not against affordable housing, but I don't want more traffic near where I live or where I work, we are going to be left with literally nowhere at a time when the situation has become so serious that we must seize literally every opportunity to bring affordable units online. Affordable housing development is a heavy lift, and partners like Blue Ridge Atlantic, willing to undertake this difficult work, deserve our thanks and support. Our community desperately needs your support of Canopy Point's request before you tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The public hearing is still open. If there's anyone else that would like to come and speak in favor of or in opposition to this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sierra Washington, and I am speaking on behalf of the Northside Food Cooperative. And we are in support of this project as a partner of the city and county, receiving funding in a lot of different areas. We have been very appreciative and impressed with the city and the county in the work that they are doing in terms of the social determinants of health, and housing being very much one of them. You all have invested a lot of money into food security, and I think that doing the same for housing is only going to improve the quality of life of many of our neighbors. Working within the Northside community, we have seen that the majority of our neighbors are seniors who have been established in the community, and recognizing that a lot of them are being priced out of this immediate area. And so we believe that the Canopy Point residency will be a great opportunity for us to still accommodate a lot of our neighbors and for them to be able to live comfortably. We believe that the amenities and all of the things that are being offered will only improve the quality of life of a lot of our residents. So we are in support of this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The public hearing is still open. If anybody else would like to come forward and speak in support or in opposition to this item. Is there anyone else? Yes.
Hi, I'm Andrew Zeldin. I'm 705 Autumn Lease Court. I'm an advocate for older adults. With all transparency, I'm also the social work supervisor of the New Hanover County Senior Resource Center. So I have a lot of experience working with older adults, and also helped facilitate the recently passed 5-year master aging plan for the county, which, as a lot of you know, a lot of the people that we serve at the Senior Resource Center contains a lot of Wilmington residents. And with the plan that it was between 2021, we did a survey. Over 1,200 older adults took part in the survey. We did over 30 key informant interviews with leaders throughout our community in Wilmington and New Hanover County. We did 8 focus groups with seniors in the community. And 2 of the highest rated concerns were affordable housing and providing need-based home maintenance and repairs. And I know both the city and council are doing a lot of work with affordable housing right now, but as an advocate for older adults, I look at it from a senior perspective. And there was a lot of great statistics. I'm not gonna go ahead and talk about that because they did point that out. They did also point out that all the affordable senior housing units do have 12-month to 18-month waits. I've helped people fill out applications, and if anyone here in this council meeting tonight's ever filled out one of those applications, it's like trying to get a mortgage. It's really hard, especially for some older adults who maybe don't have the capability to read. But from a personal perspective, we see it at the Senior Resource Center every day. We have people, at least 5 to 10 people a week, come in looking for affordable housing. And I had a lady come in today who basically, she was telling me, I didn't go to the doctor and I didn't get my medicine for my diabetes because I couldn't afford my rent. So she was choosing between, paying rent, getting her car fixed, health care. And so this really is a big issue in not only Wilmington, but in our whole community. And so I don't think Canopy Point is the final solution, but the project is moving the needle in the right direction. And I too am very thankful for organizations like Blue Ridge Atlantic Development who will invest in initiatives like Canopy Point, which will be instrumental in improving quality of life for older adults in Wilmington and New Hanover County. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, the public hearing's still open. If anybody else would like to come forward, you may speak in support of or in opposition to PH3. Seeing none, I'll ask the city clerk if she has received any comments on this item. No. In that case, I will close the public hearing and ask for the wishes of council. We have a motion by Mr. Barnett and a second by Mr. Rivenbark. So, Mr. Barnett, if you would read the consistency statement for us, please.
I would be glad to. I move to approve the proposed amendment to assign zoning to property located at 205, 209, 213, and 217 Middle Sound Loop Road of MD17 CD, High Density Multiple Dwelling Residential District, Conditional District for a 72-unit affordable senior housing development, and finding to be consistent with the relevant policies in the comprehensive plan. Based on the application materials and the information provided at the public hearing and in the staff report, and to find approval of the rezoning request is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The proposed initial zoning would establish an appropriate zoning designation that will allow for an affordable housing project that is close to nearby services.
And with that, if we're ready to vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? We have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And that also passes unanimously. We're now ready for public hearing PH1, which is 4, which is an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city to rezone property containing 1.89 acres of land located at 1441 Eastwood Road from CBCD, which is Community Business Conditional District, to RBCD, Regional Business Conditional District, to allow for an indoor recreation facility as a permitted use. And at this time, I'll recognize our city manager, Mr. Tony Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Interim Planning Director Ron Satterfield will review this item for us.
You guys get me tonight. I apologize for
Welcome.
that. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Haynes and members of City Council. Sorry, it's been a while since I've done these. The site is located on the north side of Eastwood Road. It contains about 1.89 acres and is currently vacant. This map here just indicates where the site is in proximity and general vicinity surrounding the request. Here are some existing conditions, photos of the property, and these are photos of the adjacent land uses. Site is currently zoned Community Business Conditional District, is bordered by MX zoning to the north and west, with Community Business Conditional District to the east and R15 to the south across Eastwood Road. These are two previously approved conditional district plans. You may remember, Mr. Waddell, obviously you weren't on council then, and Mr. Spears, I don't believe you were as well, maybe for the second one. The first one on the left-hand side is the plan that was approved by City Council in October of 2015. That's when Lidl was approved, and you also had some commercial in the back, and this portion of the site, you can't really read it here, but it indicates that it is to be remained undeveloped, is what those words there indicate. Plan to the right is when it was modified in June of 2020, and when the car wash was approved, and this is just indicating where the car wash is. The Lidl is to the right off the screen there. All right, this is your proposed site plan. Applicant requests to rezone from Community Business Conditional District to Regional Business Conditional District to allow for an indoor skydiving recreation facility. This use is proposed to be served as with a single driveway connecting to Eastwood Road with 2 pedestrian connections. It's also located with an AE 1% annual risk special flood hazard area, according to the North Carolina Flood Risk Information Systems. Any development of the subject site would have to meet the city floodplain requirements, and according to the applicant, about 8 feet of fill will be necessary in some portions of the site to meet the floodplain requirements. Basically, they want to flatten it up. There's a
Blue Line Stream in the rear, and it drops off, and they want to flatten the site to be able to develop it. The site also contains a wetland, and it's subject to conservation resource regulations. Additionally, the site is located in the Watershed Resource Protection Campbell Land Use Area, which limits development to 25% unless they design it using the exceptional design standards in our Land Development Code, which they have not provided to staff yet to determine how they comply with those standards. If it's approved, they would be required to do it through the technical review process. The applicant indicates about 40% of the site as shown as impervious. These are the applicant had provided these prototype elevations that are shown on the screen. I believe they were also in your packets. And the proposed building height is measured from the undisturbed grade, which in this case is 65 feet. From the finished grade, it is estimated to be about 55 feet. So what you would see visible from the road will be about 55 feet in height. And I'm sure the applicant will go into a little more detail with that. Site's located within a greenfield site as multi-use place. Areas of opportunity as identified on a comprehensive plan growth strategies maps. It's located along a major corridor and regional parkway. As primary corridors for visitors into and through the city, it's essential that these roadways provide higher standards for building frontages that greatly improve the city's image and the area's appearance. This portion of Eastwood Road primarily consists of mixed-use developments and single-dwelling residential neighborhoods. And the proposed height and design of the indoor recreation structure is, staff's opinion, not compatible with the surrounding area and conflicts with the current and future design patterns of the surrounding developments. Staff had looked at all of the existing iFly locations, as at least what we could find on their website, where iFly identified how many they have across the country. We didn't look at any others, and in other countries they have them where they are worldwide. Shown on your screen are some examples of some other locations across the country, along with the proposed location here in Wilmington. And Wilmington is in the bottom right-hand corner. What we want to emphasize here is as we are analyzing compatibility, is this the right location, et cetera, we want to see how that fits into the character of where it is being located. And just I demonstrated on these illustrations, all the ones that we could find, all but maybe one other, are adjacent to or very near major highways, interstate highways. You can see the one in Dallas, I believe that's I-4. Charlotte Concord, that's right across from the Bass Pro Shops. That's Interstate 85. You see Wilmington, and you see the Eastwood Road is not a similar type of road to what we see here. Overall, staff is not opposed to the proposed use. However, the proposed building would be more appropriate within a mixed-use development at a major interchange and not along the Eastwood Road corridor, in staff's opinion. Building heights along Eastwood Road are generally 1 to 2 stories tall until you reach the intersection of Eastwood and Military Cutoff Road, which is a major intersection. Again, staff is not opposed to an iFly use in our city. However, staff does believe the proposal for the property will be inconsistent with the development patterns along Eastwood Road, which serves as a distinct corridor and gateway to the city and to Wrightsville Beach. This corridor is largely residential in nature with a variety of mixed-use nodes that enhance the look and feel of the surrounding neighborhoods. Additionally, proposal is located on a lot that had previously been shown to remain vacant or unused and undeveloped with no allowable uses, thus potentially overburdening an environmentally sensitive area. Staff believes the proposed zoning amendment map is not consistent with the recommendations of the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan, and the request is not reasonable and not in the public interest. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission did consider this in their May meeting, and they do unanimously recommend approval. Their vote was unanimous approval. That concludes our staff's presentation, and certainly, as always, available for questions should council have any.
Do we have questions for staff? Yes, Mr. Anderson?
Ron, I guess the first one, I just went off running. The traffic count one confused me a little bit. There it is, PH 4-7. It says that it would increase traffic. Are we just talking about that? Because when I look at it, it's CB now, right? Or what is it now?
It's shown the plan here. So when this was adopted initially in 2015 and then modified in 2020, there was no use proposed for this property, this portion of the property. So
Is it unzoned?
it's not in zone. It is zone. It was part of the community business conditional district rezoning that initially occurred in 2015 and then was modified in 2020. So again, here's, get the mouse to work. On this left-hand side here, this is the site. It was just, again, that label there, I believe, says to be remain undeveloped. And then here you see where it again is not identified for development in 2020.
So
the
you're
traffic
saying
count-
instead of you're comparing it to
Vacant.
not what it's zoned, but just vacant.
Vacant, undeclared use. So there
Because
is
I
no-
was looking at
If I understand your question, usually we will say, well, the existing zoning would allow
Yes.
X type of building, and here's the generation, here's the trip generation. In this case, there is no use designated for this site, so we basically counted as zero. Existing current traffic for that site, unzoned, would be zero, because you would have to approve any development on it.
But on the zoning map, it's CB.
It is CB conditional district, but with no development designated for it.
Well, I'm just looking at that table too, and you look at some CBs and they've got 103, 322, 134, 22, and this has got 10 and 13, so it seems like it's low, but you're saying it's increased over zero, so it's zero, it's 10 instead of 0 and 13 instead of 0.
Correct. Yeah, and
Okay.
the two uses above are the existing Lidl.
Yeah, I know, but
and
they're
the-
CB, so, they're comparable to the zoning.
Yeah, and those two uses and this site were all part of I'm going to use the term loosely, master plan for the 8 acres when Lidl was approved and the business behind it was approved in 2015. This site was part of that development, just identified to remain undeveloped. And then when it was modified for the car wash, it still was part of the CB conditional district boundary, just identified with no particular use on it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. It makes sense, the traffic, the narration of more traffic.
Understand.
The height, what is the maximum height in CB and the maximum height in RB?
CB is 45 feet, and RB allows up to 96 feet with additional setbacks and step-back requirements from property lines.
Okay. On this, in RB, they'll have street yard requirements and our parking lot requirements for trees in the, what we call those, the bumpers, or, the terminology a lot better than me, but,
Yeah, you're on the same right track. RB, CB development requirements are fairly the same as far as landscaping provisions. Eastwood Road, you remember the street frontage requirements that we have along particular roads. Eastwood Road is one of those roads that has street frontage requirements. This part of Eastwood Road is identified as suburban frontage. And so the code would allow the building pushback with parking intervening. One thing, though, because of the frontage requirements, is you cannot have perpendicular parking to the street. So cars parked facing the street, where you have the headlights facing the
Right.
street. The RB street frontage requirements along Eastwood Road would not allow that.
okay. Thank you, Ron.
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yeah. Hey, Ron. Okay, this one challenged me, okay? Because I love the project, okay? Are we saying it's not in the right place?
That is staff's opinion.
That was staff.
That's staff's analysis, and I'm going to use the word, as land use experts, that's our analysis, looking at our comprehensive plan, looking at overall character of the area. We're not saying we're opposed to the use. We think it's a very viable use. I'm sure they're going to talk about their background and their business plan and so forth as part of the presentation. I believe they're a top-notch group.
Sure.
We can't take that in consideration when we're looking at it from a land use perspective and how it fits into that area. So that's what we struggled with it as well.
So you're saying that this will definitely not fit in this area? And another question I'll ask too is, the part that you show where you say, never let it be developed, what was the reason for that again?
Well, that's what they showed, and when they came through the process back in 2015 and again in 2020, that this site was not, maybe it was just because they had no intended uses at the time. I don't know what their intent was, but we do know in 2015, the plan said to remain undeveloped. Had they come into the city with a similar type use and building back in 2015, staff may have recommended denial for some of the same reasons we have here for that type zoning, that height, that use, et cetera. So again, we're not opposed to the use. We are analyzing it based on our expertise and our knowledge of our profession and our and analysis of the comprehensive plan. And therefore, we've recommended denial as we don't believe it is a good fit there. There are other sites, in our opinion, in the city that it may be a better location.
Have we offered any others? I mean, I guess we can't offer them.
We can't offer because we don't, I mean, they come to us with a development with a particular property owner in mind. Again, it's nothing against the property owner, nothing against the developer, nothing against the development team. They're all top-notch folks.
But it's just not because I mean, there were like 1,000 reds, you know, in the thing, and I've never seen that many reds. Except when I got papers from the teacher, but other than that, that's another story. That's another story. But I guess, you know, the thing that really, I mean, I think it would be a great attraction for our city. You know, the thing that I wrestled with, and I'm wrestling with even now, is maybe 40 years from now, I would hate for my great-grandchildren to say, Daddy, why didn't you let that come here, you know?
40 years from now, would they be questioning what did you do with that building once that use is not there any longer?
Okay. All right.
Rivenbark?
That's not for us to decide.
I agree. I understand.
Yeah, you don't need to say that.
Okay.
That's like us telling people where they can put car washes. Can't put two together. We've gone against staff. When the Planning Commission went against you, we've done it the other way. And sometimes we go along with you, sometimes we don't.
Absolutely.
So our Planning Commission, who is made up of professionals, they don't have a degree after their name, but that's why they're on the Planning Commission. And they saw fit 7-0 to approve this. I think it's a great use. From the corner of Eastwood and Military Cutoff, we all know that when the DOT, that what is planned for that. And it may not have an interstate designation on it right now, Ron, but that is I don't know how it could be much more of a major thoroughfare from Martin Luther King all the way to the drawbridge. It's not an interstate, but it's first cousin. And when the project is built on that northeast
Center Point project.
Center Point, yes. That changes the entire personality of that whole quadrant. You've got 4 corners are developed very much the same way. And from the entrance, from the corner of Eastwood and Military Cutoff all the way up to Town Center Drive, there is no commercial. You have Amberley, what is it? The senior living.
Cambridge Village.
Cambridge Village, and then you have Lidl, and then you have the car wash, and then you would have this, and then Town Center Drive, and from there all the way up to St. Mark's Catholic Church is residential.
Eastwood Village, yes.
Well buffered. On the other side is a huge Autumn Hall, offices, restaurants. I mean, and those cities that you're showing on there, we ain't them. I mean, they have interstates everywhere. We don't even have an interstate that comes into the city. So that point just falls on deaf ears with me. I think this is a grand use of the property, and I think it absolutely is in the right place. It's well buffered from anything that would bother it. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Waddell?
And Mr. Satterfield, the portion that was designated as to remain undeveloped, I know you mentioned a few times that was from the 2015 plan and again in the 2020 plan. In the 2015 plan, was that a condition that it remained undeveloped, or was
They showed it on their site plan as to remain undeveloped. I guess why I said I don't know what their intentions were. I'm not saying they necessarily intended for it always to remain, but at that time, they did not want to develop it. It functions as an operable floodplain, basically.
So it was not a condition of the approval?
It was it's conditioned from the perspective that it was shown and identified on their site plan as, you know, how we had that condition as per the approved site plan or the accepted site plan. So that has remained vacant until, if they want to modify it, that's why they're here today.
Right.
To modify it, go through the process.
But it was not a called-out detail?
It was not as an ordinance condition per se, it was just per the approved or per the accepted site plan condition.
Understood,
That's the boilerplate type conditions.
I'm in agreement. I think it's with Councilman Riverbark, I think it's a perfect use of the property. It seems to me to just flow right with what else we see and to go, you know, against the Planning Commission on a 7-0 vote, that we also don't see a lot of 7-0s from the Planning Commission. It looks like what the future of that area is supposed to look like, so thank you.
Mr. Spears?
Hey, Ron. Yeah, I almost agree with everybody else that I don't see the issue with the project, and I hate to go against staff, and like Clifford said, I hadn't seen that many red marks since I've been here, and never on my papers like he did. But my issue is the road, with the road going into Mayfair. What is that? What's that road?
Town Center.
Sorry,
Town Center, right. And so even as I talked with the developers about this project, I thought it was a little further down from that road. And you know, I told them this, I think everybody who uses that road finds it to be problematic to get on Eastwood. It's a problem if you're coming off that road going right on Eastwood. It's a bigger problem if you're coming off that road going left on Eastwood. Mm-hmm. And so that's my issue with the project, and just, I don't know if we were thinking it, could there be another access road to come in instead of the driveway that they have there? You know, you got Little, you have the car wash, so I mean, why not some access road coming from the back?
Sure, and I believe the applicant may address this some in their presentation. I know they did at the Planning Commission. Interconnectivity was discussed at the Planning Commission. You may have seen that in the minutes. You have a blue line stream between them and the car wash, and so they're trying to minimize the impacts by not putting any hardened surfaces, bridges, any culverts or anything over that blue line stream to get to the access. Also, I believe that the way and the site plan is oriented for the car wash, it doesn't really leave room for access just the way that they configure. So getting an access point from over here into that site is, I believe, is going to be problematic without having to basically go through the internal operations of the car wash. And there is actually property intervening between this property and Town Center Drive that they do not own as part of the overall Mayfair development, so they couldn't get access to Town Center. And to be honest with you, it'd be so close to the intersection of Town Center and Eastwood Road, it probably wouldn't be a viable driveway anyway.
Right.
But there is a median project proposed ultimately along Eastwood Road, so this ultimately would be, I believe, a right in, right out anyway, so.
Got you. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see that staff is against it so wholeheartedly, and the Planning Commission voted for it 7-0. I was kind of confused at first. I thought maybe they were totally against it, and was going to ask that, but that was cleared up by one of the previous questions. So, yeah, this one is kind of tough.
Sure.
Mr. Rivenbark?
There is an entrance in and out of Mayfair called Cavalier.
Absolutely.
And it's signalized. So, I mean,
Yeah, I'll go to the arrow here, Mr. Rivenbark.
if you're coming out of Town Center Drive from Mayfair and you want to turn right to head toward town, that's a right out. It's easy. turning left would be, you would have to wait for a break in the traffic. But if you go to Cavalier, which is what it was there for, it's signalized, has orderly turns, right, left, everything. And this doesn't impact, as you just said, it doesn't impact town center because it doesn't go to town center.
Sure, and I have the cursor there exactly where you're referring to, Mr. Ravenbart. Here, this is Cavalier,
sir.
and there is a signal.
Yes, sir. The people in Cavalier Woods they were insistent upon that when we first approved Amberley Shores and, is it Amberley Shores?
It's Cambridge Village.
Cambridge Village.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Spears?
Yeah, that's a good point, Councilman Ravenbart, but as I stated earlier in the week, I mean, we know about that other road with the signal, but somehow we always still end up right downtown center trying to make that right or trying to make that left. You know, we are creatures of habit, so we always do that, and I don't know. I try to do the same thing every day, every time I'm going somewhere, and I don't know, that might just throw me out of whack. I don't know, I might get a flat tire going the other way or something. So
Well, Town Center was there before Cavalier Extension was, and so the habit is to go.
Right.
I do it myself, but I do go to the light, the signal more often than not now.
yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. This is tough.
Mr. Burnell?
Yeah, Ron, I remember when I read the city's report, one of the statements that was in that report said that the building size may not be compatible.
Building design, is that what
Building design and building size may not be compatible. Explain that for me.
Sure, and the developer was, or the applicant was sure to point out to the Planning Commission that this was a prototype elevation, and this is what we're going by when we're analyzing the site, the case. And I believe they use the term, when you get a prototype, there's pretty much everything that they're requesting, everything they might want to do, they put it in an elevation, and I'll let them speak. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but that's what I recall hearing. So this is similar to what they may do. I don't know if it's what they've committed to doing. Staff had asked them to consider doing some additional elevations, proposing some elevations that may be more consistent with Wilmington to blend into the architecture. The same property owner is doing Centerpoint. And so, maybe bring in, we didn't suggest this, but maybe looking at the Centerpoint development and maybe bringing some similar architecture time together, whatever the case may be. So as an example, we did share, and these are the elevations, we did share an elevation in Colorado with them. These are some of the this is the one from Colorado. That has a little more architectural features and just some articulation, and you see some variation of some stone or whatever. And don't know that they're opposed to that. They can speak, but I think they're still trying to gather that. They came back with, I believe, they have something similar to this as a possible. And I believe, Amy, I don't want that's in your presentation as well. Hope we didn't ask. Hope it was okay to use that, but they've sent this back kind of in response to our request to consider something similar. Think outside the box and not necessarily prototype it, but consider something similar to this.
Okay.
And while I've flipped through, these are, if you remember, and Ms. Robar, I heard your point, but the other locations we were talking about, these represent, so this is one in Dallas, Texas. Those are the same site that we looked in Dallas, Texas. This is the Fort Lauderdale image of what it looks like. This is the Lone Tree, Colorado, which is on that slide. Atlanta, Georgia, which is on that slide. And this is one across Charlotte, North Carolina. This is from I-85 looking at the site, the one in Charlotte. So if council does choose to approve this, and with obviously this conditional district, staff would recommend some type of better architectural design than the prototype that they've shown us.
Okay.
If that makes any reasonable sense there.
Hear from the applicant.
Thank you. Get everybody's questions answered? Okay, thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll recognize the applicant to come forward.
Thank you. Jonathan, are we good? Thank you. My name's Amy Schaefer with Lee Case. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant and the property owner, Fly Wilmington, Fly LLC. If you don't mind, I'm going to stick to my presentation and then maybe address some of the things you asked Ron, because if I get off topic, I get a little convoluted. So we did come back with the updated design and color scheme, as you can see here. But with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to George Jameson here. Mr. Satterfield's right. We'd like to talk to you a little bit about the business because it is quite different and something that a lot of the residents of Wilmington seem to have some questions and misconceptions about. So whatever we can do, and if you would bear with us, Mr. Jameson would like to talk to you about that, and then we have a very brief video we'd like to show you if we could have your indulgence. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, thank you so much for for allowing us to present our case to you this evening for our rezoning of that property. I'm George Jameson. I am thank you, Amy. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Air Force. I am currently a partner in a firm called Spencer Stewart, which is a global leadership advisory and executive search firm. And I'm also a partner in Fly Wilmington with my two sons-in-law who are right back here. I'll ask them to stand up. My son, the one on the left, is Patrick McGuire. He is a major an active duty major in the U.S. Marine Corps Special Operations. He's got 15 years of active service. He's done 11 deployments. He's seen extensive combat in the Middle East. He's a recipient of a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. Dave Solar is my other son-in-law. Dave is he's a captain in the U.S. Marine Corps Reserves. He's also a veteran of combat service in Syria. And so this is a 100% veteran-owned business. I started working with Patrick 4 years ago when this became a dream of his to bring this to Wilmington. He approached me at a family gathering. It was an extraordinary idea, and we've been working really hard for the past 4 years to bring this dream to life. I'd like to take 2 minutes right now and show you a quick video which will explain the building itself and what goes on in that building, and then maybe get into a little bit more. So if you could just take 2 minutes to watch this, please.
The dream of flight is as old as human imagination, one that transcends all cultures and ages. Until recently, only a few people could live that dream, but not anymore. iFly's mission is to make this dream a reality for everyone. In 1998, iFly created modern indoor skydiving by inventing the technology to make it safe and fun for all. iFly is not a ride, it's an interactive experience. You control how your body moves. You decide how high you go. Every flight is different, and every flight is better than the last. Here's how it works. iFly's patented high-efficiency fans power this amazing experience. They generate up to 120 miles per hour of wind that is directed down the sides of the tunnel, under the building, and back up into the flight chamber. The result is a smooth wall-to-wall cushion of air on which anyone from ages 3 to 103 can safely fly. To date, iFly has flown more than 6 million people on 4 continents and even at sea. iFly created the market and is now recognized globally as a premium entertainment brand. iFly operates 37 tunnels in 10 countries, with an additional 29 currently under construction. The company has identified more than 800 potential tunnel locations globally. Flying is no longer limited to a lucky few. iFly is making the dream of flight a reality for everyone.
Thank Thanks, Amy. So anyway, the reason I wanted to show you this video and have a couple of minutes to speak with you is because I think from a distance, it's easy to look at this and think it's another version of a trampoline park and a tourist attraction. This is anything but that. Our vision is for this facility to be a crown jewel in the city of Wilmington. To be honest, when we went to iFly and talked to them about procuring the franchise rights, Wilmington was not on their radar screen. They look at big cities. In fact, I was really glad that the staff put up those aerial views of where the other iFlies are, because that's their business plan. Be near a big city, be near a big highway. We came with a different idea. And the idea was to actually create a center of excellence for sports. Indoor body flight is a rapidly growing sport. It is actually, it is competed on a nationwide and even an international basis. And it's been nominated as an exhibition sport in the 2024 Paris Summer Olympics. So we have the dream of sending athletes from Wilmington to compete around the world in the future. It'll be a center of excellence for education, science, technology, engineering, and math education. The iFly STEM program is the most popular STEM program in the entire United States, and right now it's the exclusive privilege of kids that live in big cities that happen to be near these. We want to be able to offer these programs to the students of Wilmington in their own hometown. It'll be a center of excellence for team building, for corporate team building, for teachers, for military people. It'll be a center of excellence for military training. Guys like Patrick right now fly around the country from Camp Lejeune to train in iFly facilities in other parts of the country because there's nothing close to here. This was part of the reason he came up with this dream in the first place. And then it'll also be a center of excellence for good old family fun and recreation, as the video mentioned. They can take people from 3 to 103. We can take people from 3 to 103. It's a green facility. There's no emissions. There's no trash. We're going to use maximum use of solar technology. We're going to use maximum use of pervious materials on our parking lot. It makes no sound, but it's almost hard to believe, but you're standing outside that building, or even if you go downstairs, you can't really hear those fans. The loudest thing about this building is the air conditioning unit, which is located, of course, in the back of the building and will actually be inside a small structure. We're preserving 60% of this site and with natural vegetation, and there's no material impact on traffic. This is a reservation-only facility, so people will reserve their time. We can only, when it's going full tilt, there's 36 people in that building, and the instructors. And we will be bringing world-class flight instructors from around the world to train people here. So we just thought it was a great use. The other thing is, again, I want to go back to those aerial views of that the city staff showed about having these near big intersections and big highways. It's really, we actually acquired the right to build this anywhere we want, from Brunswick County to Carteret County. We have exclusive rights for those 5 counties. We did an extensive search. We looked. We really needed to find the right place. This is a $10 million plus investment for us, and we're just 3 guys with a dream. We're not a big corporation. So it's a big investment. We need to be in the right neighborhood. And we came to the conclusion, looking at what's happening at the intersection of Eastwood and Military Cutoff, with Centerpoint coming, with Autumn Hall under full development. This is Wilmington's version of the right neighborhood for us to be in. So with that, I'll stop. I've probably taken way too much time already, but thank you for taking the time to listen, and we're happy to answer your questions.
All right, so. Jonathan, help. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Next slide. Okay, Mr. Satterfield went over most of this, so I won't belabor the point. I think you all know the area that we're talking about. One thing I would very much like to point out, I know one of the concerns was the write-in, write-out. I did not, Mr. Collier did, contacted DOT yesterday. The median project in this area is supposed to be completed within this year. So hopefully that will help with some of that turnover. So there will be a median in front of this part of Eastwood Road. So the right-in, right-out, you're not going to have queues waiting to turn left into the project or waiting to turn left onto Eastwood Road from the project. There will be a median there. Okay, so when we did our analysis fully respecting city staff, and I've worked with them many times and hope to do so very much in the future, but respectfully very much disagree with their analysis because we're looking to the future of what this Eastwood Road is, and not far into the future, but what is already planned for the corridor right now. So if you can see the MX right here, see, that's Autumn Hall, and that's zoned MX. And then you've got UMX here, Center Point, and then all of this MX behind us is Mayfair. And we'll get to why that's important in just a second in the presentation. So this is the site plan, and if you can see the extensive buffer behind the property to the reserve at Mayfair, that is a blue line stream that goes back there, and as Mr. Satterfield said, we have minimized the footprint as much as possible of the building to not impact that, and Mr. Collier can speak to all of the particulars about how we're meeting setbacks and parking and all of those code requirements for the building. So again, the area. The area right now, Center Point apartments are projected to be about 68 feet. Center Point mixed-use projects are up to 55 feet. The Encino building is 50 feet. Autumn Hall can be up to 6 stories. Our project, as Mr. Satterfield explained, and again, if you have any questions about Phil, I'm going to refer those to Mr. Collier. But we're asking for 65 feet, but that is not what you will see from Eastwood Road. That is based on the drop-off in the back of the project. And again, this is just kind of that area, not even showing yet Center Point that is not here, and then the bypass and military cutoff flyover that's going to be built soon. And again, just here's a rendering of the buildings at Center Point as proposed, as well as the Eastwood Military Cutoff Overpass. That project, the bypass project alone, comes all the way back to Cavalier Drive. So starting at Cavalier Drive is going to be the ramp-ups in height, the medians, the cuts, the U-turns, and that is all DOT driven. The other medium projects, it's my understanding, are being put in by developers who have projects there in conjunction with DOT. But the intent is for all of Eastwood Road to be full median. Again, Mr. Satterfield showed these pictures, but beside us you've got the car wash, then Cambridge Village and the Lytle, and you can kind of see, I think, it looks like Cambridge Village is maybe 4 stories back there. The reserve at Mayfair, we're actually backing up to their car wash and boat storage area. So there's this little picture right here in the corner, and that's what you see. And then all of this tree buffer would remain from the villages at Mayfair. Sorry, the reserve at Mayfair. Okay, so what are you gonna see? It's a big building. Everybody says the building doesn't fit. So we asked for an engineered drawing to show you kind of the visual impact. So our building is going to be about 54 feet above grade. It is over 200, almost 300 feet from the reserve at Mayfair, with a 148-foot natural vegetation buffer in a ditch. And I showed you those trees. They're pretty substantial, tall trees. So what you're actually going to see, you know, from the reserve at Mayfair is not much of the building. And then with the setback from the road and Eastwood Road, you're almost 200 feet from that pavement. And then the residences that are on Eastwood Road are even set back further onto their property. So the view corridor, as you can see, is a pretty substantial view corridor. So what do you have to consider? And here's where all those red dots from staff came in. But we do think that we meet those. What changed or changing conditions justify the passage of the amendment? And the property is near growth nodes. It's near multiple growth nodes. It's mixed-use status of surrounding areas. You've got the Eastwood Road and Military Cutoff Overpass coming, and you have sidewalk connections in the multi-use path to all of those amenities. Here again, you can see all of the mixed-use centers and growth nodes. Our property is right here, right in close proximity to all of those projects. It's a suburban mixed-use development with pedestrian connectivity, ample open space and buffers to surrounding uses, and it does offer a building type and variety. It might not be a building type that city staff likes, but as you can see from the plan and the business model, that building type's just necessary for the wind tunnel. We're keeping all the vegetative buffers. It's a clean facility with no emissions or water pollutants. As Mr. Satterfield stated, we would have to meet all of those requirements for economic impact in order to have even the 40% impervious, 40% pervious that we're requesting. It's an increase from 0. That is true in traffic impact, but I've never seen numbers like 12 and 13. And again, additional pedestrian connections. Some other factors. What tends to make this in the public interest? Educational and STEM opportunities. Our team's already been in contact with the local Science Olympiad. They've been in contact with Young Scientists Academy. They've been in contact with GLOW. They have already started an outreach program to offer this STEM opportunity to our students. Yes, there is entertainment opportunities, sporting opportunities. I'm going to Paris if we send a team, just FYI. I'll wear a Wilmington shirt. And we do have a wide client base, not to mention the economic development of a $10 million project. And that's kind of the end of my presentation, but if I may just take a second, you know, one of the things that was mentioned is it was listed as open space prior. It was. There was no development plan. As George said, they came to the property owner and said, hey, after this nationwide search, we think this is where we want to go. Can it work? And there was a lot of effort that went in to see if that could work. In addition, I was at City Council agenda briefing yesterday when you just asked for an interactive map of developable land. So if this property is going to be developed, this traffic impact, this use, is a minimal impact on traffic and environmental concerns. I get the city staff doesn't like the building aesthetics, and some other people may have concerns about that. If that's where our red dots come from, and not the use, if it's the look of the building, we're happy to work with staff. You know, and if City Council has recommendations, we did change the color scheme. We've looked at other options, but we weren't getting any clear, this is our big issue, other than it's not appropriate for there. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. The team is here, and
Great. Mr. Anderson, I believe, has a question.
Amy, a couple. I did hear you mention pervious. Did I hear you? It's not on the site plan that I could see. You're just committing to 40%? Is that parking lot, 40% of the parking lot being pervious?
The building and the parking lot, but let me get Mr. Collier up here to speak to that specifically. I don't want to misstate anything.
Hi, Richard Collier, McKim & Creed again. 40% is impervious right now. That's what we will be building, and we would be putting pervious surface on there.
It's my fault. I did it.
So, but we will be using pervious surfaces in the parking areas to cut that down. That's part of the Article 10, that exceptional design criteria that we must meet to buy down from 40% to 25%.
While you're here,
yes,
I had one more. There's some conversation about how much you're having to bring it infill, and I understand why. I guess I have seen in other spots, and we're flat, so creates challenges. But the trees that are left, they, you know, if you bring in 6 feet and put it on top of a stump, it's going to die.
It's going to die, correct.
So this is somehow sloped or graded so that it won't affect the existing buffer.
Right, and I think Amy's trying to get my cross-section back up. But the road elevation-wise at Eastwood is about elevation 20, round numbers, 18, 19, 20. It falls off a couple of feet as it goes back, but then it drops down into the floodplain area. And the building itself, which we talk about the height, the height of the building is measured from the natural grade. So the natural grade where the building hits the ground is 10 or 11. So we've got, and this picture kind of shows you part of that. So let me find the mouse on the thing. So right now the grade kind of comes up through here, and it's 18, 19 through here, and then it starts to drop back down. So the fill we're going to be bringing in is in this area. This area is underground. That's 12 feet underground, and that's where the air goes down and back under and comes back up. So the 65 feet, because of the grade on the ground out there, is measured from the bottom of this instead of from what will be our finished grade.
But more, I guess more to my question, to the west and that point where there's a lot of trees and along the back buffer, they're not going to be, fill's not going to affect them.
No, we won't. Anything that's inside of our parking areas and in, we will have effect on trees, and we will replant and save where we can. Anything that's behind that will remain as it is. Okay. And along Eastwood Road.
My other questions, I think, are in Amy's department.
Okay.
I was trying to find them. Yeah, I think I found it now. There's a number of site plans with there's one with the trees. I think it's PH 4-46 maybe. And then the next one, it looks like you lose all the trees along Eastwood. But then the next one shows, looks like some are left over to on the left half of the property, which would be 447.
Is it? I don't have that.
So
long question short, are they all going to go, or are we going to leave some?
So if it's within the paved areas, like around the parking lot, the building where the parking lots are, trees are going to go. I hate to say that word, but they will.
No, I get that.
Anything outside of that, they stay.
Well, so the maps were just, I mean, the two maps were just, they're the same map, right, but they don't jive. So I was just curious. Amy, on the elevations, if you look at like PH 4-24, which it has, they're not elevations, but they're photos of that they included in your presentation. I think that the color presentation.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
There's one in a kind of a sand color. There's one that's blue or what have you. Yeah. But they're just a lot. I guess we can't dictate by law like what color you can paint it and all that mess. I think what staff was trying to say is try to make it fit as much as possible.
Sure. With
what's planned, and who knows, I don't know, I don't even remember elevations from Center Point, but, fit into the neighborhood more than what, I guess there was a large mural with, I don't know how many colors and all that. But yet all the ones I see from the other places aren't quite as exotic. So, all I would say is try to make it fit. I'd like some kind of commitment that you're going to try to make it fit into the greater community.
Yeah, absolutely. And so while you saw all of those others, the prior submittal, when we initially submitted, was the blue colors, the blue and the red, more of the prototype that you see. We don't want any of those exotic ones that you've seen with all the bars and the bells and the whistles. So after that, and George and Pat and Dave went out and spoke with some of the residents from comments that we received at the public hearing, and they had the same concern. So we came back with the muted color palette, and again, we're happy to work with staff if there's a particular look that we can go for. I know another concern is the signage, that indoor skydiving at the top. We would have to comply with all sign code regulations. Nothing could be lit near residences and those kinds of things. And all of that would have to be complied with.
The architecture is what it is. I understand it now a lot better.
Yeah.
The video. But my point is just, we just want some continuity, and if I lived across the street, I would too. So,
Yes, sir.
okay, thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, Amy. At this time, I'll open the public hearing and ask if anyone in the public would like to come and speak either in support of or in opposition to this project.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, welcome. My name is Josh Hollingshead with the Chamber of Commerce. We're located in downtown. The Wilmington Chamber is among the oldest in the state. Our mission is focused on advocacy, leadership, building meaningful connections within our community. So I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to provide some public comment in support of the iFly team. Over the past few months, I've had the privilege of getting to know and spend some time with Patrick, Dave, and George. What started as an intensive search that considered numerous metro areas throughout the U.S. slowly narrowed to the city of Wilmington, and more specifically the site we're hearing about today. With your consent, this team will bring a new family-friendly asset along with supporting taxable investment to the jobs and to the city. This project is centered around an experimental opportunity typically reserved only for highly trained military personnel and a small fraction of people, not me, that have the risk tolerance to jump out of a plane. So this is a really interesting opportunity to do something in a safe environment. What is truly exciting about the chamber, is how the iFly project blends some of the best things about Wilmington into one development. Tourism, recreation, veteran expertise, and certainly the education components around STEM. This team, in conjunction with local allies, have spent many hours researching compatible sites, driving around the community, looking at potential parcels. This is the best piece of property for this project. As highlighted in your council package, I believe the project, while requesting a conditional rezoning designation, in many practical day-to-day ways, has a lesser impact on this particular part of Wilmington than other development opportunities on the site. As always, regardless of the decision and the outcome, thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. I appreciate your support of the project.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak either in support or opposition to the project? Anybody else? I'll ask the clerk if she's received any comments. No, the clerk has not received any comments. At this point, if there's no one else to come forward, I will close the public hearing and ask the wishes of council. We have a motion by Mr. Anderson and a second by Mr. Rivenbark, so it's open for discussion if anybody would like to comment, and let the record show that the mayor has arrived from out of town about 8:45, so welcome. Yes, certainly. We're open for discussion.
Quick question. How do you guys partner with Camp Lejeune? And how would,
So Patrick McGuire, our resident expert, can answer that for you.
Patrick McGuire, co-owner and founder of Fly Wilmington, and again, as George said, active duty Marine Special Operations Officer. We've actually looked pretty extensively. One is the need for indoor skydiving. It's actually a requirement for Special Operations and Reconnaissance Marines. Anybody who jumps, does military free fall skydiving is a requirement in training. And as George said, it's often we're away from home many nights out of the year in training to perfect the skill and to refine the skill. There's other opportunities with Marine Corps Marine Corps Community Services, MCCS, Single Marine Program, of which by law, legally right now, the government cannot commit to a contract until the facility is actually open, but is our full intent, and certainly the interest is there, and I'll have to say informal interest is there for the facility in terms of usage because of the locality of it, the requirement of it, and certainly, again, the recreational entertainment aspect of it, sir. If that answers your question, sir.
Yeah. So with us being so close to Camp Lejeune, I could see them like taking all the family time. You know, I mean, because where do you go now? You would go.
Currently, to be honest, sir, Councilman, is because of the lack of ability for families, there's a privately owned one up in Fayetteville, North Carolina, which is typically serviced almost exclusively by the military between the special operations units that are headquartered there out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Technically, they could go there, but I have found very little from my own interest in terms of, father of two, and certainly my fellow colleagues, and then just the local interest of driving upwards of 3 hours away to a facility that they may be open. The closest iFly and the next closest indoor skydiving facility is iFly Charlotte, and certainly just the requirement to a 4+ hour drive, they're not able to do it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you. Your
Mr.
service.
Mr. Waddell?
I don't have a question, just wanted to thank you and your brother-in-law and your father-in-law for the service to the nation.
Hear, hear. I move to approve the proposed amendment to rezone the property located at 14401 Eastwood Road from CB, CD, Community Business Conditional District to RB, CD, Regional Business Conditional District to allow for an indoor recreation facility, and find it to be consistent with the relevant policies in the comprehensive plan based on the application materials and the information provided at the public hearing and in the staff report, and to find approval of the rezoning request is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The proposed rezoning would be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and would expand the mix of uses in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I will say that I do want to make a comment, because while everyone seems to be enamored with this, and I think it's a cool project, I personally do not think it's in the right location. It is, as you saw on Amy's slide, surrounded by residential areas, not only across the street, but on both sides and in the back of it. And I think it also is very disappointing to lose even a very small space that was a green buffer, which was originally by the landowners described to remain as a green space. And with all due respect to others, I defer somewhat to the staff who do have the initials behind their names and who have studied and are the experts in this, rather than the very much appreciated volunteers. There are several of them here tonight from the Planning Commission. But I cannot support this simply because of the location. I think it's a great project. I hope they do it. It sounds like it's going to pass. But I wish it was further up on Military Cutoff or closer to the interstate. So at this point, I'll ask for all of those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. And that passes. Let's see, did the mayor vote there? Okay, so that passes 6-1. Is there a motion to waive second reading? We have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark and a second by Mr. Waddell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. And that passes unanimously. I've asked the mayor if he'd like to come over here and chair the meeting. I'm happy. I'm happy to relinquish. We will move on then to PH 5, which is an ordinance amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 18, for the various amendments and cleanup items related to permitted uses, landscaping, frontage standards, dimensional and design standards, measurements and definitions, and administrative provisions. And at this time, I'll recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Catherine Thurston, our zoning administrator, will overview this item for us.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Haynes, Mayor Saffo, council members. As you're all aware, we have a new land development code that went into effect December 1st of 2021. And as we promised, it's not perfect. So we are continuing at your request to review and monitor the new code and identify elements that don't work as we're trying to implement it. So we found several for this batch of amendments, 27, and I'm going to be going into all of them in great detail, so don't worry. I'm just kidding. These amendments will correct minor errors. They're going to provide clarifications and correct some of the implementation issues that we've had. So for ease of presentation, we've organized those into 6 broader categories, and I'll briefly go over the changes in each category, and then there are a few that I want to call out to provide some additional information, and those are just some more substantive changes. We are proposing some corrections within the use table. We've identified warehouse and distribution centers as an appropriate use in the urban mixed-use district under certain circumstances. And we're also adding temporary parking as an allowable temporary use within certain districts and in certain instances. Most of the changes to the landscaping section are to correct inconsistencies, but there are a few that I'll go into more detail about, such as the soil volume amendment. And then for the frontage standard, that is just to correct an inconsistency between a diagram in the code and the specified maximum setback for semi-urban frontages. A lot of the changes to the dimensional and design standards are to reinstate elements that were unintentionally omitted in the new code or inexplicably added. Staff has also proposed to codify a common condition that's been placed on conditional rezonings, and that's to disperse workforce housing throughout a project rather than to concentrate it in a single building or buildings. We've proposed a few definitions, accessory structures, multi-tenant buildings, and then we've corrected a typo that's pretty funny for condominiums in that section of the code as well. Also, we found an error in Table 18565, which sets forth the review authority for removing height restrictions in the CBD, so we've corrected that. And now I'll go into a little bit more detail about a few of the changes. Let's see. Within the urban mixed-use district, there are several large buildings that were historically used for light industrial purposes. This amendment would facilitate the adaptive reuse of those buildings for warehousing and distribution uses by adding that as a use that's permitted under prescribed conditions in the urban mixed use. These are the same conditions that we've applied to other light manufacturing uses in the UMX, so there's some consistency there. Another fairly substantive change is to add temporary parking as an allowable use. Staff, with the direction from the Board of Adjustment, identified this need in certain instances. So we would propose to allow it in all commercial districts when associated with a development project for up to 18 months, and then within the CBD and the urban mixed-use district for 2 consecutive days up to 52 times per year. The downtown parking allowance will fill an identified need for more publicly available parking during events, and the proposal would require ADA parking, which is also in demand during those events. The landscaping change is one that staff identified as just a barrier to development during implementation of the code. We're going to change the amount of, or the size of landscaping islands. 1,700 cubic feet comes up to about 567 square feet of area. So we realized as we were doing site plan review that a lot of times the parking islands exceed the space devoted to parking. So that's inhibited some of our smaller site infill redevelopment. And then we're just simplifying tree classifications by removing medium maturing because we don't have a definition for that in our code. So we're just going to stay with canopy and understory trees. And then this is the dispersal of the workforce housing throughout a project, proposed change. The multi-dwelling district and the commercial district mixed use allows density increases whenever there's workforce housing incorporated into the project, and we're just trying to make sure that that's not all concentrated in one place in the project. And then finally, the last change that I would consider to be fairly significant is, next slide. With regard to accessory buildings and structures, specifically swimming pools, We added a 12-inch threshold to differentiate between in-ground and above-ground pools in the Land Development Code rewrite. And we've spoken to various pool builders and Cameron Moore about that requirement. It's inhibited several projects. And as we were talking about it with them and with staff, we realized that there's really no reason to differentiate between in-ground and above-ground pools. So we're going to treat them the same, so we didn't feel the need to have that 12-inch differentiation for the use. So that's the end of the significant changes. If there are any other ones that you all would like for me to call out and go into further detail about, I'm happy to do that or answer any questions on those.
We have a couple of questions. Mr. Anderson?
Hey there. You would have probably gone over them if they were in here, so I'm going to assume, I'm going to name a few that we've come up a lot, or feels like a lot lately, that sound like probably need a pretty deep dive in the coming months. But one was getting a good handle on some of these projects where we, a lot of the ones that kind of snuck in under the, trying to think of a good one as an example. The one on Carr, and I always use it, and I ought to know the name of it, but it's got retail it's got business all on the front, 100% empty. Looking into what options we might consider, and there may not be anything available. It's built the way it's built. There's no parking. I don't know how that survives, but no designated parking. So taking a good survey of those buildings, those type structures, those types of zonings, and seeing what we didn't address that at all, right? That's something that we've talked about, but that's something needs a deep dive, I guess.
That would probably be more appropriate for a standalone amendment, a more comprehensive look at that item. We didn't feel like that would be necessarily just a cleanup.
And the other one was, and it probably falls in the same category, but we went back and forth pretty hard over accessory structures recently, and we were all looking at each other like, why did we do that? Why is it 900? Is it above the garage? Is it not? It seemed very confusing, and staff couldn't really help us either. So it's something I hope we'll look at. And there was a third one, and I think I've forgotten it. So thank you.
Well, if you want me to talk about the ADUs for a minute, we did propose a few changes with the ADUs. One is that in the new code, we stated that to have an ADU, whether it's attached or detached, the lot needs to meet the minimum dimensional standards for the district. However, in the old code, if you had a non-conforming lot that was with regard to the lot area, and it had a single-family dwelling on it, you could have an attached ADU, just not detached. So we've changed the code to write back in that even if you've got a non-conforming lot, you can still have an attached ADU. But
I can't recite all that went on, but it was another night when they were doing one off of, Luke says he's younger brain, so he says, I got it. So I'm gonna let him take it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waddell.
It's like the third time tonight that Councilman Anderson has taken the question that I was planning to ask, and I think he's got access to my notes somehow, so I'm not sure what he's doing. But no, I do think we need a little bit of clarification on the verbiage as I read it is the gross floor area is 900 square feet. So is that, if it's a garage apartment, or if someone is seeking to build a garage apartment, maybe they have a pad with a carport, and they're seeking to build a garage apartment, but that carport is 450 square feet of gross floor area now. They can only build a heated square foot unit at 450 square feet. Is that?
if it's all attached, the entire structure. But if the carport's attached to the new garage portion, they can have two accessory buildings. So they could be standalone and still build a 900 square foot ADU beside the carport. But if it needs to be attached, then it would be included in the square footage.
If it needs to be attached to the accessory structure, if it's one structure detached from the main structure.
Now, they could build over an existing carport or garage and have they could have 900 square feet for just the accessory apartment. But if it's...
Okay, so you could have a detached heated square footage could be 900 square feet, and that would not include the gross floor area. Because I'm reading gross floor area is different than heated square footage.
If it's existing, but if they're building new, then it's limited to 900. And Ron will correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Gross area,
Yeah. We did not propose any changes to that 900 square foot maximum for the accessory dwelling unit.
So if it's detached, as Luke indicated, that it's total 900 square feet, including the garage?
Yes.
That would not be 900 heated square feet. It would be
The total building, and that's for all accessory buildings are limited to 900 square feet now, not just if they have a dwelling inside them.
900, not heated square feet, 900 total square feet.
Total square feet.
So a little patio off of it, something like that, would all go into that square footage.
I'm sorry, did you say a patio?
Sure.
Not a patio.
Okay.
So,
Still gross floor area.
Catherine, just
We
to
revisit
clarify, if I don't put it, if there's a garage that is not attached or is not a part of the structure, can you build a 900 square foot accessory building in the back of your house if it has no garage, if the total square footage is 900? I think what I'm hearing is if it has a garage and you build on top of the garage, the total square footage is 900 square feet. If it does not include a garage, if it's built on the ground, like you say on a slab, total square footage, heated square footage could be not up to 900. I just want to clarify that, because we've had these discussions in the past.
I believe that there is an allowance to build over.
I would, real quick, Ron, before we, I think the easier way to say it is that the heated square footage is 900 square feet.
This section pertains, this dimensional table pertains to all accessory buildings and not just ADUs. So, if you build a garage, you can only have 900 square feet. And it wouldn't, I don't know, too many heated garages, but if we added heated, then the garages could be any size.
What I was going to answer is that regarding the accessory dwelling unit, if you have an existing garage that was existing prior to the land development code, you can put a 900 square foot ADU.
Okay.
If it's an existing, whether it's on top, side, provided you meet setbacks, height requirements.
This is exclusively for
If you
new.
do not have one, then per this chart and per current standards, all accessory structures are limited to 900 square feet. So if it's a new one, garage and apartment would be 900 square foot total square footage.
If it's just apartment?
And so,
What happens if it's just an apartment?
If it's just an apartment, they can have up to 900 square
900.
feet.
Okay.
but, and I don't mean to muddy the water here, I'm just trying to get some clarification, but, so if there is a existing carport that someone wanted to improve into a over-under garage apartment,
Told her the zoning administrator, I'll let her make that call, but that's not a garage. So
it's an existing carport that someone wanted to convert into a garage apartment, and the apartment above the garage. What?
Not a garage.
It is an existing I guess it doesn't matter, all right? But I think it's if someone has an existing carport, and there, like a lot of places where I live, there's carports on alleys. Folks like to convert them into garage apartments and historically have been able to. But now it seems that there's going to be an increased scrutiny on converting into garage apartments because it's a gross floor area rather than heated square footage is what's really being taken into account.
And so, just to clarify, we aren't proposing any changes to what is or isn't allowed for the square footage of these structures. We're happy to go back and take a look at that for the next batch of amendments, if you would like, but that's not a proposed change tonight.
Okay.
Let me suggest that we might be able to come up with some clarifying language, because if we've got this many different opinions in this room at this point in time, I think perhaps we need something with a little more clarity.
It's late.
Yes, sir, it is.
I would just say our goal was to add affordable housing. And I think some of our rules don't align with that. So I would agree with what Mr. Caudle says. Let's revisit this.
And just to clarify, just with regard to the allowable size for the ADUs, is that what we're revisiting? Because we are removing some barriers tonight to ADUs, specifically allowing them on smaller lots if they're attached, And then we're also, we currently have in our code a minimum 15-foot setback from the, or separation from the principal structure. We're removing that, so that'll allow smaller lots to have ADUs potentially.
Okay, Mr. Rivenbark, did you have a
Yes,
comment?
ma'am. Catherine, I was hoping it was going to be on this list, and it didn't make the top 50. But signage, there are some instances, for example, the corner of Independence and Carolina Beach Road, the shopping center, the big Harris Teeter, and the stores that are right on Independence. They face the interior, where the courtyard type effect is, the parking, but they have this blank wall on Independence. And it seems to make sense if they could have maybe not their big sign, but a sign that tells what they are.
I'm actually glad you brought that up, because I love talking about signs. But there are so many changes that we need to make with the sign code that we are going to bring that forward as a separate amendment. And that is a change that we've identified as well, because it's not just that site, but also as Oleander Drive, as the mall out parcels develop, they want signage facing inward towards that site and then also towards Oleander Drive. So we are going to look at ways to try to accommodate that.
I know we made great strides at Mayfair, for example, on the big office buildings. Thank you, Catherine.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Great, thank you. At this time, I would recognize the applicant, but you are?
That's me.
The applicant. So
Yes.
I think we've probably gotten our questions answered from you. I will open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone in the public that would like to speak on this item. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Well, seeing no one, and I doubt the clerk has received anything. No. So at this point, then I will close the public hearing and ask for the wishes of council. We have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark and a second by Mr. Barnett. And if you would please read the consistency
I
statement.
move to approve the amendments to the Land Development Code and find it to be consistent with the relevant policies in the comprehensive plan based on the application materials and the information provided at the public hearing and in the staff report, and to find approval of the rezoning request as reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The proposed changes will correct errors and address deficiencies and unforeseen land use issues uncovered during implementation of the new Land Development Code.
And with that, if we're ready to vote, everybody in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? We have a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Mr. Rivenbark. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. And that, I'm pretty sure, passes unanimously. The next item is PH 6. It's a public hearing on the draft 5-year consolidated plan for CDBG Home. And again, I'll recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Suzanne Rogers, our Community Development Housing Planner, will overview this item for us.
Thank you, Mr. Caudle, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. It's going to be tough to follow land use. So tonight is the public hearing for the consolidated plan for 5 years, which is a HUD requirement, and our annual plan for the next fiscal year. We have posted the draft plans for public comment for a 30-day period from June 30th through July 30th. Those are posted on the city website, in the newspaper, and through email distribution to various listservs. We'll be back before council on July 19th for your adoption of these plans. Any public comments received will be included in that final plan, as well as staff response to those comments. So the 5-year plan, as I said, is a requirement by HUD, and they have a very specific template that we follow if you saw the document in your packet. So we're required to have citizen participation, to conduct a needs assessment, a housing market analysis, then from that develop a 5-year strategic plan and our annual plan for allocation of our funds. In the consultation, research, and assessment process, we reviewed many plans and documents that you are familiar with. Have been mentioned earlier tonight, what's called the Bowen Report that the city and county commissioned with the Workforce Housing Advisory Committee, as well as the public opinion study that UNCG did along that same time last March. We looked at information from the Cape Fear COG Continuum of Care on homeless performance data and their point-in-time count. We looked at the Housing Authority's annual plan, Cape Fear Collective's Economic Development Report, the recently released New Hanover County Economic Mobility Report done by Greenville Consultants, and of course the city's comprehensive plan. We also conducted a survey of citizens and received 300 responses, a web-based survey. So from that, I don't think there'll be surprises for any of you all, but from that, the needs that we saw, again, we have housing cost burden, particularly among our renters. That's folks who are paying more than 30% of their income for housing. And here in the city, it is higher than compared to the state and some other areas. And this is particularly, the case with minority households who are more impacted. So there's a disparity there in housing cost burden. We have in some areas still concentrated poverty, limited access to opportunity. We refer to those as racial and ethnic concentrated areas of poverty, so you may see them as referred to as recaps. We have income inequality. Most of our renters earn less than $40,000 a year. Cost of housing, both for sale and rental, is increasing significantly year over year. Lack of housing supply, again, that's been referred to tonight. We know from the Bowen study that we need to add about 416 affordable rental units a year for those households making less than 80% of the area median income. We looked at city-issued permits for multifamily housing from the period of 2010 to 2020, and 7,300 permits or units were permitted. Of that, only 5% or 396 were affordable, so contributing to that gap. We have a lack of permanent supportive housing, according to data from the Continuum of Care. In their 2021 report, 119 chronically individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. And of course, aging and uninhabitable public housing. So again, no surprises to you all, but those are the needs. So from that, moving on to our strategic goals over the next 5 years, increase affordable housing options, support public services, in particular homeless shelters and services, and that's permitted with our CDBG funds. Maintain existing affordable housing, reduce housing discrimination, expand and improve access to funding sources for affordable housing, improve home ownership opportunities, increase housing counseling and financial literacy opportunities, improve public perception of affordable housing. So those are the strategic goals that we've identified in the plan. So how do we implement those? With what resources? So here we're moving into the annual plan and our award and funding as provided by City Council in your budget and through our HUD funds. So you can see here highlighted in the yellow, we'll receive a little over $1 million in allocations for CDBG in the coming year, which is a 3% reduction. Our home funding will increase by 18%, and the council, in your support and priority for affordable housing, are increasing your general fund contributions. So in total, we'll have about $3.9 million in funding coming in towards our various programs. And there was discussion at the agenda briefing, so the 1.5 assigned fund balance is subject to change and of course will be amended in the final document. So looking at the budget and number of units that could be produced or supported with the funding that we're receiving and funding that we have on hand is what this slide shows you. So we'll continue our programming, support the construction of one single-family home through a nonprofit agency, continue our home ownership program and down payment assistance. We're seeing a real increase in our owner-occupied rehab program where we repair, do extensive rehabs to houses. We are projecting 6 rental rehab incentive loans and then gap financing as available. And we look at carryover because it's important in our programming. There's not really a start and stop. It's a pipeline, and there are many variables to how fast or slow projects or loans move through that pipeline. So right now, we have 22 pre-qualified HOP borrowers. So we're, that would, if all those loans are closed, which is not likely, but if that did occur, that would take 2.6 million, almost 2.7 million of resources that we have on hand. And then projects in the pipeline, we have 19 owner-occupied rehab loans in process, 1 rental rehab, 1 new construction project, and then gap financing with a $3.5 million that City Council assigned out a general fund balance. So we'll be bringing projects forward in the near future for your consideration for gap financing. And then we have some community development CARES Act money that will be used towards permanent supportive housing, the Driftwood rehab over off Princess Street. That was identified in our last annual action plan. Other goals and that we have, homeless shelters and services. We're able to use 15% of our community development block grant, so we'll have $153,000 for that. Continuum of care, your budget has allocated $65,000 for the Cape Fear COG for that. I mentioned the Driftwood project, and then we'll bring forward tonight Optimus Park sales proceeds for towards permanent supportive housing at $119,688. We are adding to our program offerings housing, counseling, and financial literacy. You authorized us to apply, and the city has become a certified housing counseling agency. You have included in the FY23 budget a staff position, a housing counselor. We will bring to you in the very near future a resolution to enter into an agreement with the North Carolina Housing Coalition's Housing Counseling Network and to apply to become part of the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency's Community Partnership Loan Pool. So you'll be hearing more about those, but those will expand our opportunities to work with residents in the area and to help them find housing, not only within the city, but within the region. Reducing housing discrimination and improving the perception of housing. We will continue to sponsor or co-sponsor fair housing workshops, at least one. We do that every year, working usually in partnership with other agencies or city, county committees. We work with both the city and the county's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Community Relations Advisory Committee to make referrals for folks who are experiencing any sort of housing discrimination, a violation of Fair Housing Act. And the Workforce Housing Advisory Committee, the City County Committee, has in its charge to work on public awareness and education around affordable housing, and we will certainly join in that. And we'll continue outreach for our various city housing programs and other programs through community events, workshops, and the like. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the plan.
Are there any questions for Suzanne? Great report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, so at this time I will open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone that would like to come forward and comment on this.
Travis Gilbert, 211 Orange Street, Historic Wilmington Foundation. Everybody awake up there?
Yeah, we're trying.
It's a
Welcome,
late
Travis.
one. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of Suzanne and her incredible work. As you all know, through the past about year and a half, we've been transitioning at Historic Wilmington Foundation to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing stock within our historic neighborhoods. And we use documents like this to attract outside resources from foundations and other nonprofits and entities that exist outside our area to attract that capital to invest in preserving that affordable housing stock here locally, working on a project on South 7th Street. So I just wanted to support a few items. Overall, the report or the consolidated plan is excellent. We appreciate the data that shows that 15% of our housing was built before 1950, about 42% before 1980, and lines such as preserving these valuable assets are important to the city's character and economic prosperity, and that preserving affordable housing intends to preserve the three areas that have been identified in the report, the north side, south side, and that Sunset Park area. These are all areas within the National Register Historic District. So supporting a 5-year consolidated plan, specifically the owner-occupied rehabilitation program, it allows us to work with the city or continue to expand opportunities to work with the city so we can leverage our capital in leveraging the city's capital and kind of get a good bang for our buck. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward during the public hearing and speak and support or in opposition to the report? I'll ask the clerk if she's gotten anything, but this remains open until the end of July for people to continue to comment.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor Pro Tem. We received one written comment from Rhonda Hudson, 448 Blossom Ferry Road, Castlehane, North Carolina. Just wanted the council to know that she supported affordable housing.
Thank you. If there's no one else to come forward, at this time I will close the public hearing and note that there is no vote tonight, that the vote will be taken at a later meeting. This was a public hearing only. We will now move on to ordinances. Item 01 is an ordinance for supplemental appropriation of proceeds in the amount of $162,688 from the sale of Optimus Park for permanent supportive housing. And I'd like to recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Suzanne Rogers will also overview this item for us.
Thank you. In April of 2021, City Council approved the use of Optimus Park proceeds for permanent supportive housing. On October 5th, 2021, you approved the appropriation of $250,000 to Eden Village for permanent supportive housing for their construction of Eden Village infrastructure and site work. Tonight, this ordinance is to appropriate the remaining proceeds received from the closing of the sale of Optimus Park to the Cape Fear Public Utility Authority and the state ports. So that's a total of $162,687.73, of which $43,000 is earmarked for your prior council actions to Eden Village for the purchase of a tiny home. The remaining $119,687.73 is to be utilized in a future permanent supportive housing project for pre-development and development type cost to an eligible provider to be identified in the future and brought to council for future action. So this ordinance appropriates the funds so that they're properly set aside in a project for that future action. I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Any questions for Suzanne? I don't believe so. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no questions, what are the council's wishes? We have a motion by Mr. Spears and a second by Mr. Barnett. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And that passes unanimously. I believe I have to have a second. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Yes, I have a motion by Mr. Spears and a second by Mr. Rivenbark. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And that passes unanimously also. Item 02 is an ordinance making an appropriation of $234,735 for the Riverwalk Visitor Information Center renovation project, and I'd like to recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Denise Freund, our Assistant Director of Engineering, will overview this for us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Before you tonight is an ordinance to appropriate $234,735 to the Parks and Recreation Fund for the Riverwalk Visitor Information Center Safety Improvements and Renovation Project, which includes public safety, functional, and aesthetic improvements. Approval of the ordinance will allow the award of a construction contract to Speller & O'Brien LLC of Wilmington, North Carolina. They were the lowest responsible bidder in the amount of $278,130. Construction is anticipated to begin in July and will take approximately 4 months to complete. Staff recommends approval of this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Denise?
Just a quick question. Are you finding construction being delayed a lot? Is that?
So the construction climate's pretty tough right now. We're having some difficulty getting bidders to bid on the projects, which can lead to delays in bid because we might have to re-advertise a project. And construction prices, as you're aware, are climbing. But in this case, we were able to get a bidder for the project, and it was a reasonable bid price, so we're happy to award it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any further questions for Denise?
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Wait, Denise. I want to mention this. It has nothing to do with this project specifically, but I do want to mention the MLK gym expansion. I think this came along after that, and we haven't even broken dirt on MLK yet. I don't think we have we made a final decision on what we're going to do going forward. I just want to just jog this in the memory of everybody as we make these decisions of how we're prioritizing things and what we need to get done. So I'm gonna mention it quite often. You might get tired of it, but I don't care.
We have re-engaged with the architect, and we're progressing with the design. We'll be coming back in front of you either at the meeting in July or the first meeting in August to give you an update on the design and the schedule for completing that project, but it is a high priority for staff as well.
Thank you. And I wasn't saying I don't care to you. I was just saying in general.
Understand.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, what are the wishes of council? We have a motion by Mr. Barnett and a second by Mr. Spears. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And so that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? There's a motion by Mr. Rivenbark, a second by Mr. Spears. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. That also passes unanimously. Item 03 is an ordinance appropriating $50,000 for a Riverwalk Tidal Marsh Extension Feasibility Study funded by a $10,000 property owner contribution and $40,000 from the council contingency fund. Again, I'll look to Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Amy Beatty, our Community Services Director, will overview this item for us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. This ordinance would appropriate $50,000 for the estimated cost of a feasibility study for the extension of the Riverwalk from its northern terminus near the Sawmill Apartments underneath the Isabel Holmes Bridge to the area of JEL Wade Drive, which is off of Cornelius Harnett Drive. The scope would include the evaluation of the site conditions, identification of potential alignments, potential opportunities and constraints, a permit review, and preparation of a cost estimate. The scope also includes the evaluation of a spur off of the Riverwalk extension to the Gervais Freedom Walk, which would connect the north side neighborhood to the Riverwalk and associated parks along the Riverwalk. Extension of the Riverwalk would provide potential economic redevelopment opportunities north of the Isabella Holmes Bridge. The owner of Off the Hook Yacht Sales, which is on the former Bennett Brothers property, has redevelopment plans, the potential for which include dry dockage, an office building, a restaurant, and beer hall. They have approached the city and have committed to cost sharing in the feasibility study in the amount of $10,000. I'll try and answer any questions that you have.
Do we have any questions for Amy? No, apparently not. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a motion from Mr. Anderson and a second from Mr. Barnett. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? We have a motion from Mr. Waddell and a second from Mr. Barnett. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. That also passes unanimously. Item 04A is an ordinance making supplemental appropriation in the amount of $573,440 to the Transportation Bond Racine Drive Intersection Improvements, $503,440 from the Transportation Bonds Contingency Bike Pad Project Funds, and $70,000 from the Pedestrian Bike Improvements. We also have, as part of that, 04B, which is a resolution authorizing the award of a construction contract in the amount of $625,376.09 to Morgan Trucking and General Construction, Inc. for the Transportation Bond Racine Drive intersection improvements. And I'd like to recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Richard Murphy, excuse me, the project manager will overview this item for us.
The agenda item, can you advance that?
Yeah, we're on 04, and
Oh,
you're
yeah,
showing on
these-
our screen 03.
04.
There you go. Got it. Thank you.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, sir, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So before you is a consideration ordinance making supplemental appropriation for the Racine Drive intersection improvements for the amount of $503,440 from the transportation bond, and then another $70,000 from the bike ped project. These appropriations will cover the difference between the currently budgeted funds and the project cost for the construction. The additional funding request for construction is primarily associated with the original estimate, which was done in 2015, based on a high-level conceptual layout rather than engineer design, as well as increased construction costs that was mentioned a little earlier. The original project budgeted was only $150,000, with approximately $35,526 of them funds already retained. So $573,440 is required to award the construction project for this project. Also attached for your consideration is a resolution authorizing the award of the construction to Morgan Trucking, General Construction from Charlotte, North Carolina. The contract is the amount of $625,376.09. This project is included in the city's transportation bond program and includes new pavement, curbing, sidewalks, pedestrian signals, signage. It's a right-hand turn lane off Racine onto New Center, and it's a safety issue too for the pedestrians. So if there's any questions, I'd be more than glad to.
Yes, we have a question for Mr. Anderson.
Just quickly, I mean, when you go from 150 to 688, and I understand all the inflation, but have we changed the way we do high-level, as you put it, high-level estimates? Because that's a little scary.
Yeah, that was 7 years ago, but
Right.
and to your point, there was a little bit of scope added, but actually that 70,000 that we're asking from the bike ped, that was for the signage signals and handicapped ADA ramps. So they're covering that addition. The rest of it, to your point, is just the additional cost.
So you feel like if we'd have built it that day at 150, we'd have done it?
Oh, I don't know. It might have been a little light, but not this
Okay.
light.
All right.
Here comes Denise. Did you have something to say?
I was just gonna mention what Rip just covered, is that we think the project scope was not quite as extensive as it needed to be with the initial funding, which led to the need for additional funding to build the right turn lane. The intersection is a high-priority intersection for pedestrian improvements in the Greenway Plan and the Walk Wilmington Plan. So we added pedestrian signals, crosswalks, upgrading the handicap ramps to the project because we felt it was the right time to do it with the project. So between the additional scope of the pedestrian improvements and then just a general improvement in the overall scope, that's what led to the increase.
Thank you. Mr. Rivenbark?
When will this be done?
We would actually start it this month if you guys approve it. Morgan Trucking and General Contractors are ready to.
They're ready to go out and start making the improvements?
Yes, sir. They're working for us right now on Orleander, from Worcester to Mimosa on a project, and they're
Thank you.
ready to do that.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, we'll first vote on the ordinance. The wishes of council are, I've got a motion by Mr. Rivenbark and a second by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. That passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? But we have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark, a second by Mr. Barnett. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. And that also passes unanimously. Now, we'll vote on 04B, the resolution. Is there a motion? Yes, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Barnett and a second by Mr. Waddell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign, and that passes unanimously. No, don't need it. Okay, we'll move on to item 05A, B, C. The 05A is an ordinance making appropriations to the general fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022. 05B is an ordinance making appropriations to the grant projects, financial plans, enterprise funds, debt service funds, special tax district for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022. And 05C is an ordinance making appropriations to the capital projects funds for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022. And item 06 is an ordinance amending various chapters of the City of Wilmington fee schedule for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022. And I'll again recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. At the ripe old hour of 10 p.m., a great time to start talking about budget. We have 4 items for consideration. Ms. Mortel has some additional information to share with you as a result of the feedback we've gotten from you before.
Good evening. This is my time, so I'm not tired, so you're just get ready. Before you are ordinances for consideration for the FY23 City Manager recommended budget. We have had 4 work sessions. We had a talk yesterday, and we're just have a few slides to follow up on yesterday's conversation. Just a reminder that the estimates we do give you from unassigned fund balance throughout the year, consider their estimates, and they will be finalized at the end of every year. When we give you that number, we use the formal actions that you have done throughout the year, and then anything that goes into the recommended budget we have subtracted. And so yesterday, I got a little confused, and I should know that finance is smarter than I am, and they had already taken out the recommended budget stuff, but I kept taking it out for you. So you will see on the next slide that there is $5.3 million and not 2 or 3.5, whatever I was telling you. So I apologize, but I want to take accountability for that. And then the estimates that we do have do not consider anything that you may be thinking about or some items that are out there. It's only formal action. It's things that are in the recommended budget. So please keep that into consideration. The next slide, we provided you 2 options. We did add 1 option, and I'm going to go through them one by one so it's not too much to look at. The recommended budget is still the staff recommends that this goes forward. That's what the ordinances are in front of you tonight. In that budget, we are using 2.8 of unrestricted fund balance. 1.3 is being appropriated, and the 1.5 is being assigned to a different category in our fund balance. The tax rate is recommended with an increase of 1.42 to 38.08 to 39.5 cents. This is about a 4% increase, just slightly less than that. And you can see the fund balance at the bottom, the estimated unassigned fund balance. To be 30% or greater, you have 5.3. To the greater than 25%, you can see that there's 12.8 million. The adjusted budget, this was suggested that we go and look at the budget for one-time items. We did find $500,000. If we appropriate an additional $500,000, the tax rate would go up 1.7 or 1.17, sorry. So it would be 1/4 cent less at 39.25 cents, and that would be 3% essentially. And you can see we have to subtract the 500 that we would appropriate from the unassigned fund balance. And then yesterday's was to swap 500,000 that was going from the gap financing and appropriate that. Again, that would still do the same thing as I just said. It would be an increase of 1.17 cents and less than 1/4, so 39.25. And then the next slide that I'm providing is in response to Councilmember Rondell's. If we did appropriate all fund balance from the general fund for the needs of the CIP, the 13.1, you will go from the estimate of 34% down to just under 25% at 24.5. And that would be the percentage that would change if that 13.1 was used for those needs.
And let me remind council that that is a hypothetical situation, because when we're working with the capital improvement program, we will look for funding elsewhere before we come back to fund balance in the general fund.
Yes, Mr. Waddell?
Just a quick point of clarification. I appreciate y'all pulling this together so fast from the conversations yesterday. So that is all the estimated overruns that we have. If we were to spend all that from fund balance, our fund balance then would be at 24.5% of the operating budget.
Correct. And then to end the presentation, just a reminder that this is the first reading. The ordinances, as I said, are the same ordinances that were at the public hearing. They reflect the city manager's FY22 recommended budget. Second reading is June 21st, and then we are obligated to adopt it prior to July 1st.
Are you, okay, Mr. Anderson?
On, I guess it would be under 5A, you presented a little chart on, well, actually it was Suzanne that presented a little chart with 4 organizations. From memory, they were WARM, they were Brigade, and Link, maybe one more. Blue Ribbon, about tiering down.
Yeah, the agencies.
Giving them like tiering it down to the recommendation over a 2-year period. Did you incorporate that or not?
We did not. It would be just under $50,000, and I think it was
30
about
something.
48,000
38?
to do all those agencies with adding the loss that they bid by half.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's 48.
48.
Mr. Rivenbark?
I just want to make sure I know what I'm being asked to vote on first reading here tonight. You've given us a couple of scenarios, and I just want to be clear. If everybody else up here knows, shame on me, but I just want to make sure. What is Margaret going to say when she puts this up there?
The ordinances in front of you are the recommended budget ordinances. So
The
you heard them
original
at the
one.
public hearing. They have not changed. They're the same amount. You can see some of the information on number 1 that I put back on the screen. It is an adjustment of 1.42 cents, and it would be 39.5 for the property tax increase. It would not include the agencies that we discussed yesterday, the change for them. And it would not include yet any changes in the assigned fund balance.
You're good? Okay, Mr. Waddell?
So I think to clarify, what we would be voting on in this ordinance would be the recommended budget as it was proposed originally before we asked for some options on what we could possibly do. And if appropriate, I'd like to discuss a couple of those options now. Is that the appropriate time?
Sure.
Certainly not advocating to bring our fund balance down to 24.5%. So I'll go ahead and get that out there right now. But my intent in asking those questions was to see the overall overrun and what that would take should we use the fund balance in its entirety. I think we've spoken a lot tonight about affordable housing and housing and affordability, and I think it's important to know that I don't think we're going to tax increase our way out of that issue. The folks that we were helping with the affordable housing, the 55 plus, guarantee a lot of them, a lot of folks are going to be trying to get on that wait list if we implement a 1.42% tax increase on their property tax and their own fixed income as it stands right now. So I think it's incumbent upon us to take a look at what we can do to that, and the $500,000 appropriation to take our fund balance to 3.32 or unassigned fund balance 3.32 that reduces that tax adjustment to 1.17, I'm sorry, 1.17 cents, is something that we should consider and look at, because it's lessening that burden. While I'm not a proponent of a tax increase at all, I think it is worth discussing what we can do, and that 500,000 can buy that increase down by that much. It's a big deal. And if housing affordability is a big deal as we talk about up here, I think it's worth looking at. There's a few different ways that I believe we can do it, but ultimately the good thing is it doesn't take us below the 30% number that is obviously so important to us. The other item that I'm going to take issue with, and I'm not going to belabor this point over and over again because I have multiple times, and as Councilman Spears said, I think everybody's tired of hearing it, but I think that's what we're supposed to do up here, and so I appreciate anything anybody else brings up, and I appreciate you giving me some time, even at 10 o'clock, to discuss a little bit further. But if we're going to be raising these taxes and voting to raise these taxes, I'm going to have a very hard time agreeing with the tax increase if we are going to leave a council stipend increase on this budget. So I would move that we remove was it Article 12 or item number 12 from the proposed budget as it is, and that we would also increase $500,000 of the appropriated fund balance to bring the tax rate adjustment to 1.17.
Mr. Spears?
I got a question about what Luke just said about the increase for the tax rate. And you mentioned the affordable housing piece, and you also mentioned the project from earlier. And that's a rental. So a tax increase on elderly affordable housing doesn't affect those people who are renting those properties, if I'm not mistaken. If someone else knows better, let me know. But we're talking about a tax increase that benefits whom? Because if we're being realistic here, there are a lot of people in this entire community that just roll with the flow. If taxes increase, you know, it is what it is. And so if we're talking about who we're helping by not raising the taxes, you know, we need to identify who that is. Who's complaining about a tax increase when we're talking about getting things done as a city, as a governing body? You know, this is how we get things done. And so I think if you want to brag or boast about how great Wilmington is, and, you know, Wilmington is this thriving metropolitan city, but you still want to have a small town feel, I don't think you can have both. Because we're growing just like that, and so we're not going to be able to have both. And I'm certain some people will be mad about what I'm saying, and I understand that. But, I mean, we can't get both. we cannot get to appease and help people live better lives and give people who can afford it, people who can afford a tax increase at a break. I just don't think we can.
Thank you. Mr. Robinbaum?
Laura, the county, from what I understand, is reducing their tax rate by 2 cents.
Yes, they are.
And whether we go to 1.17 or 1.42, have you done any? I mean, I don't know how you would, but the point I'm driving at, that's going to be, I don't want to use the word significant if it's not, but the ad valorem value of our properties will go up, theirs will come down, and that delta benefits us from a sales tax distribution.
Yes, it will benefit us the last 2 months of FY23 and then 10 months of FY24.
Okay, so I mean, here again, we're not talking about peanuts. So is that something that you factor in?
I have not factored that in, no, because it hasn't been adopted yet.
Well, I know, but let's just play for grins and giggles that it does. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Anderson?
I don't really recall this kind of situation in the past. So I'd love, I don't know if our attorney or Penny or who in the rules, how should this be proposed? In other words, is he making a motion? Does it need a second? You know, how does it work? What are the?
I would assume, well, I'll just won't make an assumption. I'll refer to our city attorney.
And should he he's packaging them, or should it be individually? I mean, how should we address this?
The proper way is exactly how I heard Councilmember Waddell do it. I believe he said that he moved. So he's made a motion. It takes a second in order for it to be recognized by the body. And if it is seconded, then it would be something appropriate to vote on before you move to a vote on the actual ordinance as it is proposed to you. If the presiding official believes that it's unclear being packaged, then I would recommend that Mayor Pro Tem simply ask him to break it down into individual motions for individual votes.
Thank you, John.
So we would vote, if you want to have a motion to change the original projection, you would have to state that. But someone could make a substitute motion then, I assume.
And to clarify, I did move that we strike section 12 from the recommended budget.
Okay.
And also that we utilize, I guess I'll call it the tax rate adjustment item number 2 that appropriates an additional $500,000 to fund balance.
We take each one at a time because.
Well, I need a second.
What?
I would need a second.
Okay, so let's say we're striking the stipend is that's your motion. I'm going to ask if there is a second to that specific motion to strike. I don't see a motion. Well.
I made a motion.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's a motion to approve.
He has made a motion. Okay, the chair accepts Mr. Waddell's motion to strike the stipend for council, the increased stipend for council. Is there a second to that motion, which is on the floor?
Margaret, pardon me, but is that just for the striking of the stipend
Yeah,
and
I'm trying to
also
break
option
it
2?
down. I'm trying to break it down so
Oh, okay, but I
I
need
can grasp it, that it just to smaller pieces. So it's just about the stipend in this motion. So we're asking if there's a second to that. I see no second, so the motion fails. Now, do you want to make a motion to reduce
Yes.
the proposed tax increase?
If we could bring that last slide up real quick so I can make this a quick motion and hopefully get a second. I move to adopt alter the recommended budget by appropriating additional $500,000 to the unassigned fund balance, thereby bringing the proposed tax rate adjustment to 1.17.
All right, there is a motion on the floor by Mr. Waddell. It has been seconded by Mr. Anderson. It's open for discussion.
Okay, not ready. Just a question. Laura, where did that $500,000 come from again?
It's further one-time items that are appropriate for unassigned fund balance that could be used if council directs us to.
Okay, so it was money that we had set aside for special programs or something, right? Or
The 500,000?
Yes.
No, we just did not identify them as one-time items for fund balance to be appropriated.
Might I interject? I thought I heard Councilman Waddell say that we would reduce the amount of money reserved, excuse me, for affordable housing to $1 million, thereby transferring the $500,000 to unassigned fund balance, bringing down
the affordable housing piece.
To $1 million, yeah, so it's option number 3 in the alter the recommended budget.
Yes.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you,
Yes, I wanted to make
Mr.
sure.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's what I heard. I heard that it was taken from the affordable housing pot, kind of. Correct? Okay.
So okay, well, just wait a second. We're still open for discussion, so help me by pushing the button and requesting to speak, because everybody can't speak at once. Mr. Anderson.
I guess I was following Luke, and the screen, the way it appeared and the way he read it, I was looking at 2. So that's what I seconded. So I withdraw my second.
You've withdrawn your second. Would someone else like to offer a second to that proposal? Seeing none,
Could I speak, please, real quick? So to clarify, he's offering 3, is what you're offering? Okay, all right.
you're holding tough or what?
No, I'm not playing tough. I just thought he would probably follow up. I'll make a motion then to go with the column 2.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, okay, so the floor is open for discussion.
Madam President.
Let me recognize Kevin Spears.
No, go
and
ahead,
then-
let the mayor go first.
Okay, the mayor, I'll recognize the mayor.
Well, I appreciate this debate, and we've had a good debate, a real serious debate on taxes, and nobody wants to raise them. It's the last thing anybody wants to do is raise taxes. In government, it's a 4-letter word, taxes. But we also have a growing city here, and growing by leaps and bounds, and we've got a lot of demands on this city. And what my big concern is inflation is at 8%, and every project that we are looking at continues to increase in cost. So we've got some significant projects, $13 million worth of projects that we have committed, or the citizens went to the polls with their feet and voted for these projects. And they've been waiting quite some time for some of these projects to become reality. MLK Center, Encino Soccer Park, and the Cross City Trail that we've been talking about since 2014 on Greenville Loop Road. And those costs continue to go up. In addition, we just started hurricane season, and I can tell you, if we do have a hurricane this year, those costs are going to explode. They're not going to be cheap either. And who knows how bad the storm is going to be. And I think we've been working on this for 6 months, and I've walked into the city manager's office, and I know most of you have also, and y'all have had meetings with him, and I've told him, I says, Tony, if we don't have to do a tax increase, I'd love for us to just keep it the way it is. But we also made a commitment to our city employees, especially our first responders, that we were going to raise their salaries. So we weren't having a training seminar here for the city of Wilmington where they were going to Leland and Riceville Beach and County of New Hanover and other places. So we've taken on some significant projects. We've got some significant infrastructure that we have to maintain, that we as citizens in this community have to maintain, and we maintain it for everybody in the region that comes into this community every single day. Every single day there's 50,000 cars that come into this city that are not residents of this community, and they use our services, and we have to maintain it. When somebody has an accident, we don't call, we don't say, are you from the county or are you from another county? We take care of it. So I think that the manager and the staff have put together a very good budget, respectful of our concerns as elected leaders to try to keep the tax rate as low as possible, because to Luke's point, as you make those adjustments in tax rates, you do push a certain number of people out, and that's the truth. And we need to do everything in our power, and I appreciate your efforts in really digging into this thing, and others too, that have really looked at this thing. But I have to look at the long-term issues that are facing this community and what we're dealing with, and we just had an emergency appropriation that we're going to be dealing with tonight with the Wilmington Housing Authority that came out of the blue. And as long as I've been here, every single year, there's some sort of an emergency that erupts from somewhere that we have no idea where it comes. You know, we just don't anticipate it. We just don't know sometimes. So I think that the budget you put together, Tony and staff, is a respectful budget. I appreciate the debate and discussion here. I think it's needed and well done. But I'm going to support the manager's budget. Well, we have a discussion.
Motion on the floor.
I just wanted, am I next?
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to clarify, we're not, at least the motion I made, it has nothing to do with whether we're, the raises and the money, what we're offering to pay our people. It's just a debate over whether we spend a little more out of savings or not. And easily disagree. I mean, I hear the mayor. I mean, we've got a lot of overruns and we've got issues, but I mean, that's what
I'm in agreement.
I'm not suggesting we take money, and that's kind of the way it came off, that we were not supporting that, and we are supporting that.
But I also want to Luke's point, fund balance, I've always had an issue with fund balance being too daggone high, because that's the taxpayers' money. And we should use it for one-time projects. We always have, and we always will. I've seen the fund balance here when there was a mistake made for tax adjustments many years ago of $10 million that came out of the blue. And we were able, because of our fund balance this year, to also be able to purchase some additional office space for our community without having to go out here and borrow a bunch of money. We took it out of the fund balance. And I think we're going to have some significant repairs on the Riverwalk and other things that are going to pop up. I'm seeing that happening. So I'm a firm believer that if we can use fund balance in an effective and an efficient way, we should. I mean, I'm not for ongoing expenses, but for one-time items that pop up. But these projects that we're looking at, that we've all assessed, and we can continue to look at them, and we value engineer them, to the point where it's to a nauseum that we continue to value engineer them. But, I don't see this inflation rate at this time coming down anytime soon. It may be another year, and we do have an interest rate rising environment, and who knows whether that's going to look like. And I do have concerns, Laura, too. I know that we've done very well with sales tax revenues, but that was due to the pandemic. A lot of people stayed home, but a lot of people were spending money and making improvements to their homes and buying things and doing things, and that's a great thing for the economy. But how long can that be sustained? I don't know with the rising interest rate environment. I'm not an economist, but just looking long term, I have to take that into consideration, that we're also going to probably be losing some of that sales tax revenue coming in to our coffers. I know it's an unusual situation, and I just got back from the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and everybody's saying the same thing with their sales tax revenue. It's an enormous boom for communities around this country, but we also have to take in consideration that at some point in time it's going to slow, and it could be slowing down in the next couple of months. It may already be slowing down. We just don't see it. So that's the bigger concerns that I have serving here. And over the years I've been here, I've just seen things just erupt from time to time, and it happens every single year. And look, we're going to also be dealing with some homeless issues, guys. I mean, let's not put our heads in the sand. It's out there, and it's growing. And it's not just us. It's a lot of communities around the state that are dealing with it. And we're going to have to really get our hands around some of this stuff because it's serious, and it's coming at us. And I think we'll be having to deal with that also. But I know that we got Wilmington Housing Authority after this, and that was a thing that nobody really anticipated, and it's come out of the blue, and we're here to deal with it because we have residents and citizens that we are responsible for. We're trying to help. So that's my comments. Thanks.
Mr. Waddell?
To the mayor's point, inflation is an issue we're dealing with, and that's precisely the reason that I believe Ms. Anderson and myself are putting this motion forward to reduce the tax rate adjustment to 1.17, because citizens are struggling to put gas in their tanks. They're struggling to pay their mortgage or pay their rent or, get the groceries that they want. These are very real, palpable issues that we're dealing with, and it's not just in Wilmington. But if we have the opportunity to utilize $500,000 from our fund balance and still stay over the 30% threshold that we want to be, we should look at doing that. And that's the motion that was made by Councilman Anderson and seconded by me, and that's what's up for discussion and ultimately to be voted on now.
Thank you. I will just say that when we worked on this budget, and the staff, of course, does it by talking with all of us and all of their financial expertise, we had no idea that we were going to have to bail out the federal government to the tune of $3 million. And what we were told the other day is that one of the ways to get that is to take $1.5 million out of the general fund and to take $1.5 million, which would be a total of $3 million out of the general fund, but $1.5 million of that is designated to affordable housing. So, you know, when we're going to have to do it, so then you're just, I don't know, it seems to me you're cutting off your nose to spite your face, but let's make it clear, unless there's any other further discussion, let's make it clear that Mr. Anderson has a motion on the floor, seconded by Mr. Waddell, to accept a column number 2, which would be reducing the tax rate from 39.50 to 39.25. Is that right? Yes. I'm sorry.
That's correct.
Yes, that per 100, right? So that would be the adjustment going from 1.4 cents to 1.17. So that is the motion that's on the floor. Oh, Mr. Spears?
Laura, and so this 500,000 in column 2 is, you said, money that $500,000 that you found, but it's $500,000 that we use when people come to us on the fly and say, hey, we need this, or we need that, or we need this, right?
You could look at it that way.
So it's not like you didn't really just find it in between the couch cushions.
No.
It's money that we normally use.
This is from, it would be from unassigned fund balance that we would appropriate.
Okay, so I just wanted to make that clarity. I mean, I'm totally opposed to using any money that's earmarked for affordable housing, and I also want to just stress how important this $500,000 is to what we do on a regular basis.
Mr. Anderson?
I guess maybe I misunderstand. I need a little more education on fund balance. But from my experience, it's been over years when we don't have to, like Florence, when we had, we blew through a ton of it. But it's when the budget, the revenue actually comes in higher than the projections, and we have those funds go into fund balance. Is that close to correct?
Yes, money will fall into fund balance.
So in other words, the last couple years, whatever the budget was, we had more revenue. So it's essentially kind of, the closest thing to equate it to would be like a savings account. Save it for a rainy day. I mean, you need to save money. And we have 30, whatever it is, 30%, I don't know what that number is right now, but we have that much in it plus this little number here at the bottom, the 3 million, 3.0 or 2.5. Is that right?
The 3 million versus the
It's over the
2.5
30%.
is the adjustment to how much money
It's the number below that.
Yes.
5.3 or 4.8.
Yes.
And that would be over 30%. We have in our savings account.
That's the estimate that you can use to maintain your 30%.
So this money's not earmarked for anything. It's in our savings account.
It's unassigned fund balance, yes.
Thank you.
One more time, Margaret. Sorry. But Charlie mentioned the county decreasing taxes by 2 cents, 2%, 2 cent what?
2 cents.
2 cent that ultimately benefits us 2 months at the end of this year and 10 months in the next year, right? Charlie?
That's
Oh,
right.
okay,
right.
okay, all right. Well, you said it.
Well, I think that we get a little more sales tax revenue, that's correct. But I think what's salient about that, to me, is that if they're reducing, now let's remember, last year they increased their tax rate by 5 cents, okay? So now they're giving back 2 cents, so it's still over 2-year periods, it's still 3 cents every year. So, but if you take that 2 cents that they're giving back and you take our original rate of 1.42, everybody's still going to save 58 cents per 100, right?
.58. It's 0.58 of a cent. It's a half a penny.
Right, I'm sorry, 0.58. It's late.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm no good with decimals anyway, but it's late. So, the motion is on the floor by Mr. Anderson. Did you want to say something else?
Call the question. You're
okay,
better.
okay.
You're better at this than me.
Okay,
So
the
I'll
motion's on the
let you
floor.
drive.
So if you are in favor of Mr. Waddell's proposal and Mr. Anderson's motion, then you would vote yay. So if everybody's ready to vote, if you're in favor, please signify by saying yay. Opposed, same sign, or nay? Okay, so that fails. 4 to 2, there's something didn't happen there. No, I'm there. I'm there. Oh, okay. So that fails 5 to 2. So now the floor is open to have a motion to support, and we have a motion by Mr. Spears, and we are voting now on 058. I want the clerk and the attorney to keep me straight.
You are voting on the manager's proposed budget.
Yeah.
As proposed.
I make a motion we
Right,
adopt the
but-
manager's budget.
Okay, wait just a second. But we're just voting, we're taking them each one.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're voting on 058 to support the manager's proposed budget. Is it right? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for that by Mr. Spears and a second by Mr. Rivenbark. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. And that passes 6 to 1. And there is a second reading of this at our next meeting. So we'll move on to 05B, which is the ordinance making appropriations to the grant projects, financial plans, enterprise funds, debt service funds, special tax district for the fiscal year. I'll entertain a motion to support that. I have a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Mr. Spears. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No, that passes unanimously. 05C is an ordinance making appropriation of the Capital Projects Fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1. Is there a motion? There's a motion by Mr. Spears, a second by Mr. Anderson. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Let's see, where are we? 06? So item 06 is an ordinance amending various chapters of the City of Wilmington fee schedule for the fiscal year beginning July 1. Is there a motion by Mr. Barnett and a second by Mr. Waddell? All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Spears is opposed.
I requested to speak before you did that.
I'm sorry.
That was the item that still had the parking fee schedule in it, right? Yeah,
Probably.
it's okay. Well, I'm still, I would prefer us to come up with a better solution for that parking fee, how we're changing the rates. And one simple thing for me is the taking away the free 90 minutes. Instead of just taking away the free 90 minutes, I would rather us, whether we go down to 30 minutes or 60 minutes, and I mean, we can go from 90 to 30, and I would be okay with that. But I just don't want it, I don't want it taken away totally. And I just want to state that.
Okay. Let me just ask the city attorney, I did not realize that he was asking to speak again because his name was there. Do we need to redo that? That passed 6 to 1.
I would recommend that you reopen that because debate had not had a chance to occur, and if council members want to debate it, then that is in order.
Should we do it at second reading, or should we just go ahead and do it right now?
You can do it at second reading. That's an excellent point.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, I
Mr.
just wanted to make
Rivenbark
sure we
thought of
didn't
that,
lose the
not me.
point.
What?
I said I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose that point. I wanted to express that.
Okay, will you help us remember that? The mayor will have to do this at
Don't
second
worry.
reading. So.
Don't worry.
Okay, so second reading on all of those items will take place at the June 21st meeting. I think I covered it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the last item on our formal agenda is a resolution, R1. It's a resolution removing the Wilmington Urban Area Metropolitan Planning Organization Executive Director. We're not really removing him, but we're removing him from our personnel slate. Mr. Caudle, help us.
It is late, isn't it, Madam Mayor Pro Tem? Mr. Tom Moten, our Deputy City Manager, will overview this item for us.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Haynes, members of council, and Mayor Saffo. In recognition of the hour, I will try to make an adjustment on the prepared comments and get to the very essence of the matter. The item before you relates to the Executive Director for the Wilmington Metropolitan Planning Organization, also called the Transportation Manager. And you will recall at the March 25th council budget work session made a decision to remove the 3 council-appointed employees from the wage and classification system. Mr. Kozlowski performs in a very similar role with 11 elected officials from various elected or appointed officials from governmental agencies, 2 of which also including are from the city of Wilmington. The motion before you today, the item before you today is to remove that position from the wage and classification system and to enable the board to make the appointment. While we believe that the city historically, as well as the manager's offices, has evaluated that position effectively, we believe a job could be done more fully if the board, which represents the region, were in charge of evaluating Mr. Kozlowski's performance. Therefore, unless you have any questions, staff would recommend approval of the resolution.
Are there any questions for Mr. Moten? We have a, thank you, sir, appreciate it. We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Waddell, seconded by Mr. Barnett. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, that concludes our regular agenda. Are there any items to be brought forward by the city manager?
Yes, ma'am. We have an item for special consideration. We'll need you to waive your rules so that we can walk these items on for your consideration. They have to do with the emergency appropriation that's been requested by the Wilmington Housing Authority.
All right, so the first item of business then would be a motion to entertain a motion to waive the rules.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark and a second by Mr. Waddell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. The rules are now waived.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we have, as we went over in yesterday morning's meeting with you, a situation with the Wilmington Housing Authority in which they find themselves in some fairly difficult financial issues. I am having Madam Clerk pass out 2 items that are under consideration under this special walk-on situation this evening. The first is a resolution that authorizes the manager to administer or to enter into agreements with the Wilmington Housing Authority that will allow us to appropriate what is in the ordinance that accompanies the resolution. So let's start with the ordinance. Yesterday, we mentioned to you that we had a $6.3 million round number gap in capital expenditures associated with the Wilmington Housing Authority, and that the county and the city had agreed to walk back to our respective governing boards a split on that $6.3 million. Over the course of the last 24 or few hours, we have realized that the Wilmington Housing Authority has made a grant application to the state of North Carolina for $3 million that would be used for capital purposes. If the city and the county allocate sufficient money for the capital expenditures to be made, then the state would simply pass over their application and say they were no longer in need of that money. So what we have decided to do at both the county level and the city level is to appropriate half of the money that is going to go towards these capital improvements, and then allow for the grant application process to play out to see how much money the WHA actually does get from that process. So the ordinance that is before you tonight allocates $1.65 million in fund balance to capital improvement housing remediation associated with the WHA. That's your first item of consideration. Your second item of consideration is the resolution that authorizes the manager to enter into funding agreements with the Wilmington Housing Authority. We do not yet know what those funding agreements are going to look like because of the immediacy of the need and the timing of the need. What we are asking council to do is to allocate this $1.6 million in funding and authorize the manager to work with the city attorney and the WHA to fashion agreements that will allow us to distribute that money to the WHA essentially on an as-needed basis. For example, we may give it to them in 3 bunches of money, 3 $500,000 allocations. Or we may have to give part of it to them as an immediate grant for capital, or we may just be able to work it out and design it through a loan process. The city attorney's office has already informed me that a loan process is going to take somewhat longer period of time to put together. And it has to be, and any of these agreements have to be approved by both boards. So it not only has to be approved by this board, no, the loan agreement has to be approved by both boards.
The way it's designed, because some of these disbursements may be very, very time sensitive, is if council approves this resolution, you will be authorizing the manager to enter into either grant or loan agreements following the spirit of what you have approved to assist WHA in the dire straits that they're in. That's why it's limited to the 1.65, and it's something where WHA's board may very well have to do the same thing that you're doing in order for it to be able to be responsive and done quickly. We're getting information that we're having to verify. There's been questions about, can they make payroll? Can they keep the lights on, basically? We want the manager to have the ability to act quickly if needs be. That's why this is before you, and it's in your discretion.
And importantly, there is a reporting procedure in here that will require the manager to report back to council on a quarterly basis as to what has been expended, on what it has been expended, and how much remains of the $1.65 million that you've allocated for fund balance. If the grant opportunity does not materialize for WHA, then we will be back before you, potentially asking for additional fund balance to round out that $6.3 million. I'll stop there, and I will tell you that Tyrone Garrett, who is the new executive director of the Housing Authority, is here with a couple of his board members, and I'm sure they can probably try to add some clarity to this. But I just wanted to try to lay out as succinctly as possible what this actually does for us and where the authority winds up resting.
Okay. Let me read the ordinance, and then before there is a motion, perhaps, even though it's not a public hearing, we could have some discussion? Or do I need to entertain the motion first?
Council can certainly discuss. I would not recommend that you open it up to the public, as it's not been noticed out. It would make sense for you to do the ordinance, and then you can discuss the resolution, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right. So let me read the ordinance. It's an ordinance for supplemental appropriation in the amount of $1,650,000 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to be available to assist Wilmington Housing Authority with capital improvement housing remediation. We have a number of members that would like to speak. Mr. Waddell?
Mr. Cottle, so we're appropriating 1.65, but we're dispersing that in thirds?
We will determine what is the best disbursement schedule. We anticipate we will disperse it in tranches, much in this. We do this with several of our folks that we give money to. We give them an initial allocation, say report back to us in 90 days, and we'll let where you spent that money, and then we'll give you the next tranche.
Right, that makes perfect sense, thank you.
Mr. Rivenbark?
I know that you go before the LGC when you're borrowing money. Does something like this that's totally unusual, is there any?
Mr. Joy has already clarified for us that this is a public purpose, but Mr. Joy, you want to delve into it any further?
Councilmember, that's an excellent question. The loan program, that's exactly why I want to have a little bit more time to to research something that we don't do very often, and we normally have set up with a much more robust framework. You have the ability to appropriate funds to any public purpose. State law gives you that ability and that right, and effectively, that's what this will do.
Okay. And the other question, and I know we're not going to ask a lot of questions of the nice gentleman out there, but as one of the big tickets is that $200,000 a week going to pay for people's places to stay.
The way that the $6.3 million that we've identified to be split between the county and the city, or now $3.5 million, is for remediation units, remediation of the units, HVAC improvements, and testing for mold. The hotel number that you're referring to is actually going to be handled by the county on some pass-through money, where hopefully within the next 30 days, that money will begin to flow directly to the hotels.
And that's what I was driving at. As these units become livable, that can
Yes, sir.
Work that
will
number
drive
down.
the number down.
Even
Yes,
if it's pieces at a time?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Spears?
Yeah, I understand the importance of this, and I'm all for it. I'm confused about the grant option of it. I think WHA has the potential to be reimbursed, and it's like letting a friend borrow money or any good business deal. You want your money back, and just in case this happens again. And I mean, there's really no other way to look at it, and I understand it may be a little bit longer of a process. I mean, but I wouldn't sign for a loan and then say, let's work out the deal later. And I also, hold on, Tony. Sorry, I got one more thing. And I also think with the importance of this issue, we know they need the whole 1.5 or 1.6 now. With the issue that they're in, and I don't know. Maybe they'll come up here and say, "Well, we're fine taking $500,000 every time, you want to give it to us." But I mean, we know they have a need, but I think we should work it out. I think we should be able to go ahead and set the guidelines up for what we're going to do and remove all doubt, and that way. And I can't speak for everybody else, but I know it will make me feel better that we're going to do something and we're going to get paid back eventually. Like, we're not going to put them in a crunch like a payday loan to, But I think we need something for if they default, not saying that they will, but we would need something in return. That's just my way of thinking.
Okay.
You look puzzled.
You've hit three areas, and I'm going to try to respond to all three. First, we would not do a grant except in the smallest amount of money possible, and only because the WHA may need it immediately. For example, we may let $100,000 go because they had an immediate grant need, but we would put the rest of it in a loan. But my preference, and all of you know, and I hate to say this in front of Tyrone, my preference was to stay out of this completely financially. You should know that my preference now is to remain committed to capital expenditures. And that generally is going to mean that we should be getting paid back. So we will put, if we can put it all in a loan process, we will. In terms of how much money they'll need, we haven't had a chance to talk about that. This has been an evolutionary process, and I'm hoping that after tonight's meeting, I'll be able to get a chance to speak with Tyrone, and we can figure out how much they need and when they need it. Now, I think I heard you say the third thing was collateral. And I don't know that we're anticipating collateral on this loan because there's one piece of property I think that the Housing Authority has that is not encumbered in some way, and we haven't been able to flesh that out. But if it turns out that it can be pledged as collateral and we think it's the appropriate way to do it, we certainly will explore that, but we do not anticipate collateral at this time.
Okay, well, that sounds good to me. Maybe I just misunderstood what you said, but it seemed like you said it could be, the whole thing could be a grant, and I'm like, wait a minute. I do want to help. Don't misunderstand that, but, you know, I don't want Luke to chew me out for giving away $3 million.
If you have more specific questions of the operation, Mr. Garrett will be glad to answer those questions for you.
I'll recognize Mr. Barnett.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I too am in favor of this, and I did hear you say that the money would be used for the capital. You know?
Yes, sir.
And as Mr. Robinbach said, we definitely want to get those apartments that are almost ready to go. Because as soon as we can get those ready to go, we'll get people out of the hotels and into the property. So, and I understand the idea of giving it to them as they need it, because you don't know if they need A, B, or C right now. But I'm in favor, and let's make it happen.
Mayor Saffa?
Mayor Pro Tem, if it would be okay with council, I'd like to have Tyrone. I don't think anybody's met Ty yet. And Ty is this poor man has just been on the job for 3 weeks. And it's not the Titanic, we're here to help. There are lifeboats, and the Carpathia is here. But Ty, if you could just kind of brief council on the plan. And I know that Tony had indicated that we'd like to use our money from the city for capital improvements so we can get those units back in order and get those residents back in those units as quickly as possible.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Welcome. We're so happy to have you here.
Hi. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Haynes. I'm glad to be here. Mayor Saffo, members of the council. Tyrone Garrett, the new CEO of the Wilmington Housing Authority. I can tell you, coming on board that first day, getting that phone call on my way traveling here, that this had occurred in such magnitude and we were at this particular point, didn't deter me from coming. So there's clear leadership that I hope that I can offer to the agency, in addition working with the Board of Commissioners that we have, and working with both you, Tony, and the county as a whole. I think it's our goal to right this ship and move it in the direction that it needs to go. What I was able to do with a new set of eyes was create the idea and concept that we narrow down the scope of work. I think that's probably where we went a little to the left in the very beginning, probably trying to do a little bit more than what we should have. So now we're narrowed down the scope of actual work for the units, which will deal with the environmental safety issues that we're facing, the mold. That will be remediated, and residents then it will be given a bill of health, and then the residents will be able to return to those units. What we've gauged it in and what we presented to both the city manager and also to the county was a time frame of about 26 weeks to get at least 105 units back online. And that's dealing with only one contractor working at a time. The scope of work will clearly specify and narrow down the expenditure. It's not an open checkbook. We ask that units be turned around for less than $25,000 or less, which allows us to be able to do those 105 units with expediency. And it also doesn't mean that we only have to use one contractor. We can use multiple contractors on the job to get this done. I've already mapped out where 20 units a month is the goal, which gets us to the end of the year, having all units put back, for the most part, 105 units put back online. That is what I've mapped out for the team. That's what we put in place. The scope of work will probably go out before the end of this week to the public for people to respond. It's going to be somewhat of an RFP process, although we've already capped our dollar amount. I know it's late in hour, but I just also want you to know that in addition, as Tony said, we're going to be trying to utilize the ERAP program, which is ERAP, which is spurred by the pandemic. It created an opportunity for emergency rental assistance. We're going to be utilizing that through the county to try and offset the cost of the hotels that the residents are staying in. So at the same time we're doing all of this, working in sourcing funds, we are going after the money from the state. That award, the process goes through July, and then the award and announcement is made in September. So we'll be shooting for about $3 million there. We're also still submitting for the third time our application for an emergency grant from HUD. So I don't know what's going on with why they didn't approve it the first two times, but hopefully the third time is a charm with my smile. Maybe I'll get some feedback from them and some money at the same time. Yeah, I'm working on it. And then at the end of the day, we're going to submit for another capital grant, which is just specifically for housing authorities who might be in this predicament. And that's about $26 million that's available to housing authorities throughout the nation. We're going to attempt to compete and garner at least $2 million from that. So across the board, we're going to try to source out as many options for grant funding that we possibly can, in addition to whatever the city bestows upon us tonight.
Thank you very much. I think we have a question for Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Question, just a comment. Glad to see you. We're glad that you're here.
Glad to be here.
And I love the idea of fresh eyes looking at it, and I like the confidence that you have and the idea that you said this didn't deter you, that you didn't say, I'm not going to go, I'm going the other way. So we're glad you're here, and anything we can do to help you, we really want to be there for you.
Truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or concerns for Mr. Garrett? Mr. Spears?
No, I want to welcome you, man, and salute you for not turning around. I think I would have turned right around on 95 and gone back up the way. But yeah, man, we want to help, and I think it's our duty to help. It may not fall up under the parameters of what we typically do, but we're talking about citizens of Wilmington that need help, and what else could we do? And so we are here to help, and I think you can get a consensus from the entire council on that. So,
okay. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, and welcome, Ty.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the ordinance is before you. What are the wishes of council? We have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark and a second by Mr. Spears. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? No, that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? I have a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Mr. Spears. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? No, that also passes unanimously. Now, on to the resolution. Did you want to speak to that, Mr. City?
I think I've probably already said enough, but if there's any questions about it, again, it gives me the latitude with the city attorney to be able to administer this money and then report back to you on a quarterly basis.
All right, well, I'll just read the title, that it's a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into funding agreements with the Wilmington Housing Authority. We have a motion by Mr. Spears, a second by Mr. Barnett. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? No, that also passes unanimously, and it only needs one vote. So, I think that concludes the regular agenda, plus the walk-on item. So I believe we are at the end. So I've asked the city manager if he has, do you have anything else?
Nothing additional.
Mr. Attorney, do you have anything that you'd like to talk about?
No items.
No items. How about Ms. Nope, Ms. Sid Mary does not either. Mr. Spears?
Oh, yeah. I think wear your mask. Please continue to wear your mask. The numbers are climbing. The Novant the hospital is packed out. And that's no lie. The hospital is packed out, and everywhere I go, I see people with no mask. I went to church Sunday, and I was the only guy sitting in there with a mask on. but I didn't feel like a weirdo. I felt safe. I felt safe. So I want the citizens of our community to continue to wear their masks, continue to be safe. And that's just in every aspect. Continue to be safe and be mindful of others. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Anderson? No? Mr. Rivenbark? No? Mr. Barnett?
Yes, just want to share with the citizens here in Wilmington that this week is actually National Resilience Week. It's helping people recognize how to deal with trauma. And just yesterday at the County Commissioners meeting, they received, the New Hanover County Resiliency Task Force received a proclamation stating that this week we want to encourage people to learn how to deal with the trauma, the stress that we all go through. So I want to encourage you, again, to check in with your strongest friend to see how they're doing. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Waddell. Nothing. Mayor Saffo.
I'd just like to say to the Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for conducting this meeting. I was on my way back from the West Coast, so thank you very much. Appreciate
And
it.
I just want to say I sure am glad you're home. And with that, I want to thank everyone for taking an interest in your government, and our meeting is now adjourned.